Hello, everyone.
I'm gay.
Uh, we are here with dearly beloved Haunt
Yeah,
once
wow.
more. Yeah, and
Hi,
they're
everybody.
they're also going to be playing some Baldur's Gate. While we play Baldur's Gate. So we're
Hell
just
yeah.
baldering all around these gates.
Oh, fuck yeah. I will be joining in on the Baldur's Gate fun, as soon as I post the update to my weird little speculative evolution, project that I've been indulging in lately,
Yeah, no
to the
worries.
drawing room of the castle. If anybody watching wants to check that shit out.
Hi, gay. We're chat. Hi, Bryn.
I tried to reduce the amount of pink in the design.
I will check once I tab out to be sure that OBS is picking up on the game.
No worries.
Funnily enough, before I started stream today, I was trying to find uh I was trying to look and see if there was a mod that enables you to kill the Emperor when you first meet him and not turn into an Illithid. Unfortunately, I was not able to find one.
Shit.
Ooh, I looked at the update. Very nice.
Thank you. I'm still gonna do some like line coloring and further detailing, but it's like getting close to completion.
Hell yeah.
I hope that I've made a creature that like could believably be like flapping its wings between the trees of a rainforest or something.
Yeah. You know, now that I'm thinking about, because I'm like, I think I'm right in the idea that it's actually Orpheus who is protecting us from the influence of the Absolute, but it's the Emperor who is using Orpheus's influence and power to force him to protect us from the Absolute. So, like, you know, a mod that would, like, try to keep things, like, making sense in game while also providing that alternative path would have to include like convincing Orpheus to support you, which I realize might be would probably involve a lot of programming shenanigans. It would be kind of tough to manage, but
Yeah.
I believe,
Worth it though.
yeah, it's because I fucking hate that
Like
jump
just
so
for
much.
any level of same. Just like any level of campaign flexibility through that would be like vastly appreciated.
Yeah, because like I can cope
Pardon.
with. Oh, you're good.
Oh, I just felt like I was talking over you. Go ahead.
Oh no, I didn't get that vibe whatsoever. But
Oh,
like,
alright, cool.
yeah, I was I was gonna say that like I can deal with the whole like, okay, we can't find a cure for the tadpoles ourselves. We have to deal with the root of the problem. Like I can deal with that as a plot point, even though I would very much like to have this worm out of my fucking head. But like the whole like you have to ally yourself with the Emperor, even temporarily, in order to just like not straight up die and end your game.
Shadowheart
I
walks a
hate it.
little freer of the shadows.
Agree.
She could shave her skull and paint it purple. It would still suit her. That speaks well of your taste.
I am gonna go
I've
around and
heard my
talk to
share of
everybody.
bad ballads about things I never did. If you have questions, ask. Just don't expect my answers to rhyme. It was Baal alone we faced in our time. And bad as that was, he had no elder brain for a lapdog then.
All right.
Help won't come from
I'm
the
going to
history
use
books or from any old
the
tales I can spin you. This is your story to
little
write.
centipede's room.
There. Have I
Uh,
fulfilled my role as your wise
take
and
a
wizened
fat
elder?
fucking bong rip, and then come back, quit out of my potions game, and play some Baldur's Gate.
Hell yeah.
So, in short, be right back.
Yeah, no worries.
Don't tell me which. Against all life experience, I will choose to assume the best. Ask it. More than I would like. In my youth, I was a brief and very much unwilling member of a colony's hive mind. I felt the way they think, saw the world as they do. Foul, unnatural creatures who find the foulness in us and twist it to their will. But then, who am I speaking to? You have far more experience than I. I believe you. You remind me of another I knew, marked by forces beyond their control. The gods can grant power or strip it away, but so long as your will remains, you have the only weapon you need.
Thank you, Jaheira. You're a doll, and I love you.
Love Shadowheart's new look. Softer, less severe. It suits her.
Something is different about Shadowheart. New facial creases, perhaps. A fresh battle scar I hadn't noticed. Bah, it eludes me.
Oh, Lae'zel. So adorable.
Why, hello, lover.
Aw.
Sounded more debonair in my head, I'll admit.
Oh, don't worry,
Do you need
Shadowheart.
something?
That was plenty debonair.
Of
I
course.
do want to go ahead and...
Well, don't stand in ceremony. Come here.
They're so cute. Sorry I had to mute. Somebody was being very loud outside my door. I didn't want it to pick up on mic. Alright. Oh, God. Yeah, how
Sure
are you?
what to feel. My parents are alive, and I need to save them. I'm lucky to have you by my side. I don't think I could face what's to come otherwise.
Alright. Oh, Karlach, Gale, Asteria, and Halsin.
I need a moment for the two of us.
Gods, Shadowheart looks like a stack of gold. Never thought I could get so excited about someone's forehead, but here we are.
I do love her forehead.
I was concerned when I saw Shadowheart creeping about with a blade in the dead of night, but it was just to cut her hair, it seems. It suits her. Only by reputation,
I'm
and
sorry, Halsin. I'm being
in
so mean
truth,
to this dude.
no. At least now we can benefit from her presence, and perhaps work.
There's no more radiant sight than that of someone who's learned to love themselves anew.
Amen,
Shadowed
Dale.
in name, but no longer in spirit.
I'm back with notably more THC in my system.
Nice. I should take a bong rip in a minute. I'll take a bong rip, like, when the Githyanki attack. So I'll need to cope. Oh, hey, Asterion.
The gate is closed, as is Cazador. And we are no closer to knowing why that bastard is so
grab
obsessed
myself a
with
cough
getting me
drop.
back.
Yeah, no worries.
To tell you the truth, I don't know whether we can defeat Cazador. Not unless we can figure out more about what he's plotting. I think we should track down my fellow Spawn. I'm not exactly looking forward to a reunion, but perhaps they'll know something.
Nice.
If we can find them, we can
I'm-
force them to tell us what he's been
I'm
doing since I
debating
was
something.
gone. And honestly, I imagine they'll be coming for me in the night if I don't.
That I just
Debate,
thought
you
of.
say?
Debate. Let me grab my fedora. I'm tempted, so I think it should be able to work if I load it in mid-game. For Act 3 specifically, I'm thinking about downloading the No Party Limit mod. Because then I don't have to worry about constantly swapping people out who have relevant dialogue in different parts of the city.
Oh gosh. Yeah, that's one of the agitating things about Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, because, like, it's easy enough to, like, swap somebody in if you know where you're going, but there are some, like, quest triggers and stuff that I don't remember.
Unless Cazador has changed their orders, we should get to them first.
But, yeah. Damn, so many berry bushes.
Be gone, friend.
Just
I have a
scrolling
darling to
through
adore.
my YouTube music.
Looking forward to a bit of rest, if I'm honest. It's been a long century.
Yeah, girly, I can imagine. Okay, I'm gonna quick save really quick. And then we're gonna head back to the main menu. And see if this is something that we can install mid-game without it shitting the bed. Because I don't necessarily need to bring everyone with me. But I do need to bring almost everyone with me. I don't even know if it's fully supported. Oh, adjustable party limit. That's nice.
Oh.
Add spells that allow you to set the maximum number of party members to any value between 1 and 16. Holy shit.
Oh, that was a good net crack.
Nice. You know what? Let's give this a shot. All right. What do you want me to disable them on? Look, let's just see if the game breaks. If it does, fine. This is so mean, but I think that, honestly, Oh, nice! New toggleable passive called Toggle Party Limit Adjustment Spells. Toggle it on to get started. Okay. 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 Okay, so I want to be able to bring Asterion, Will, Jaheira, and Lae'zel, so I need to increase it by 4. Okay. Yes. That's so cool how this works. Alright, party limit has successfully been changed to 8.
Fuck yeah.
Nice.
Oh shit, you can annihilate certain areas now, can't you?
Yeah, I'm mostly... Basically what I want to do is, like, get them to, like, react to certain things. Like, I don't plan on having a party this big for too long. I basically just, like, don't want to miss any quest triggers with them.
Can't slow down.
Alright. Okay, and so now I can toggle that off. Alright. So, Asterion.
I have a lot on my mind.
Oh, we have a new look for a new Shadowheart. Nice as it is, she still doesn't have the best hair in the camp.
Oh, shut up, Asterion.
Darling, lead on.
Nice. Okay. So I'll grab everyone else I need before I level you guys up. It's cool they also have a mod that, or not a mod, but a spell that prepares it for uninstallation.
I'm listening.
So that way you don't risk, like, anything screwing up.
It is done.
Well met. That's the...
Oh wow, Lae'zel and Will actually don't need to level up, I guess. Jaheira, if you'll come with us,
One
please.
final night in the open air, and then back to the city. Ask it.
Oh, I already asked
As
her
you
those
will.
questions. I don't want to be annoying. Okay, actually Asterian's the only one who needs to level up. Alright.
Hee hee, bitch baby.
Oh, this fight is going to be so much less miserable with everyone here.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, I think it's kind of bullshit that you didn't already have everyone there. Considering they attack the camp. Like, everybody should be able to fight in that one, but alas. Alright, so let me quick save. Then we're gonna go to bed. And we're gonna deal with the horrible aftermath of us trying to get some
The
shut-eye.
events of the last days weigh heavily upon you. Sleep's rest is slow to come to one whose mind is so full. The Absolute is not a god, but an elder.
I do love this
brain
camp
controlled
outfit
by
I
the
picked out
chosen
for
of the
Claire.
Dead Three.
I haven't even dyed it.
To
I
use
just
it
like, I
to
think
take
the red
control of
actually
the Sword
works really
Coast.
well with her motif.
All who carry the tadpole are governed by the brain, and by extension the chosen. It will take but one order to transform them into an army of mind flayers. This would have been your fate too, were it not for the astral prism and the mysterious visitor inside of it. With her help, you have uncovered the cult for what it really is. A plan of conquest,
Would I pick the
orchestrated
noble
by
or the
gods
guild
of death
artisan for my monk
themselves.
character?
Together, you have the power to thwart the dead.
Since this is supposed to be more of a self-insert,
The elder brain will not answer to the
I
chosen.
think
It
I
will
think I would go
answer
with
to
Guild
you.
Artisan.
Will you
Just because
liberate
you're
them
very,
from their
like,
parasites
crafty,
and their religious
literally,
delusions?
and creative.
You use the power you gain for your own purposes.
Deeply appreciated.
Yeah. When the
You
moment
will
comes,
not
I'll
have
do what's
long
right.
To wait. All you need to do now is sleep.
Actually, I might
Sleep
just
is
up
not
the
for you.
difficulty and, keep the large party. Fucking guess Yonky.
We're under attack. Help me.
Alright, Jaheira has the best initiative. Oh shit. We gonna one and done this? Oh my god, yeah, we didn't even have to fucking fight with them. That's great. I already love this mod. Wow, yeah, we didn't have to fight any of them.
I'm just gonna name this character Aldernate because I like the pun.
Honestly, I can dig that.
I'm here. Help me. I'm under attack.
Oh, wait.
I am fury. I am death.
Never a dull moment.
Hmm.
This is good. Make it hurt. Witching hour. Take this!
It's
Nice.
not over. Come to the skull. No traps, please.
I do want to search these corpses for usable items. Sorry. I know there's so many of them.
Hurry! I can't hold them back alone.
Girl, shut up. I don't care.
Breathe deep.
I hope you die. Oh, let me double check that. Okay. Because I did have to mute myself for a second earlier, and I just... Even though I have Discord and OBS set to the same unmute command,
I need you. It's not over. Come to the skull.
sometimes it does not sync up. It is very funny to see the Emperor get fucking laid out like that, though.
Before you do anything, I am your ally.
What?
We are in danger. The Githyanki is the source of our protection against the Absolute. I must subdue him, or everything we've worked towards is lost. Don't let my form deceive you. I am the one that's been protecting you. I am the one that came to you in your dreams. Help me. The Honor God.
Well, should I throw at this to fucking
My
break
forces
it?
are weakened by their assault.
Throw at what?
Help. We can turn this around.
Oh, the
I will subdue their master.
Oh my god, I can't brain. Oh. Yeah, I'm throwing something at the, I broke the nursery.
Oh, gotcha.
Do not be driven by fear.
I threw a stick at it.
Trust me now, and I promise you.
Oh shit, is my stick broken?
I love how I'm like, I don't want to kill innocent people, and the Emperor's like, don't let your fear take control of you. That's like, that's not what I said. I'm not scared of anything.
Destroy the god. They prevent me from subduing their master. Do it now. Together, we can turn the tide.
I hate that I have to do this.
Pinned down just yet.
I'm just constantly going to be throwing death threats at the Emperor.
Yeah, truly.
Still not sure if that key is doing what I think it's supposed to.
Swords meet sorcery. With ease.
Let's go.
Should I take the goblin corpse to sell later?
I don't think they're worth much, so I would say no.
In position.
I mean that sincerely.
Oh, Us is calling me.
I hate us.
Same. I think I'm a squishy.
Destroy the honor.
I'm stealing everything.
For my prince's honor! Victor's path.
Is ever easy. Death won't take me yet.
Alright, now that I'm done ignoring us, I'm gonna go squish it.
Let's make this quick.
Oh, nice. I pushed him away.
Fleet of foot.
Time to push my luck again. Need to find a way forward.
Squished.
Nice.
I'm gonna go get Shadowheart now.
Nice.
Oh wait, no, I gotta go get Lae'zel first.
Let's move. Can't give up now.
Thank you. That was too close. Don't look at me like that. I am a mind flayer. Yes. Without me, you would be a slave to the Absolute.
It's obscene. To owe my life to a damned geich.
I feel the same way, Lae'zel.
No more tricks. I will have answers.
It was necessary. Rare are those that would openly consider a partnership with a Mind Flayer. Even those who are on a path of becoming one. I was someone once. Someone just like you.
Well, I'm gonna take a fat piss while he goes through his backstory that I don't give a shit about whatsoever.
I came from
I'll be right back.
Oh, I'm gonna go get some fucking curry while you're doing that.
I longed for more. That longing brought me to Moonrise Towers on a search for treasure. To a colony of Mind Flayers who called me, changed me into what I am now. For years, I served the Elder Brain. The one you know as the Absolute. I was a thrall like any other, but I was fortunate. I broke free and started a new life in my own city. I sustained myself on criminals. Unglamorous, but there are plenty of them, rarely missed. And they fueled me while I did my work. I had the good fortune to meet Duke Stillmain. We formed a partnership, and through her, I became the governing force behind the Knights of the Shield. The largest mercantile operation in Baldur's Gate. People referred to me as the Emperor. Such was my influence. Though of course they had no idea what I really was. My needs were sated. I was happy for a while. Until my true nature was discovered by the tyrant himself, Lord Gortash. He tore me from my home and brought me back to the Brain, where I became a slave once again. A slave he continued to call me Emperor. The name was intended as a slight. to remind me of the heights from which I fell. But I have grown fond of it. It encapsulates well who I've become.
Alright, I am back.
We fought to tame Prince Orpheus, the son of Gith herself.
Orpheus? Impossible. He was slain by Jastil Kithrak himself.
Quite possible, I assure you. His power has been the source of your continued protection against the voice of the Absolute. The power to disrupt hive mind communication. It is the same power that enabled Orpheus's mother to bring about the fall of the Illithid Empire eons ago. A power she passed on to him, and that I leveraged for you. When Orpheus's mother left, a usurper took her place. Vlaakith declared herself queen of the Githyanki. Vlaakith wanted his power, but Orpheus rose against her, and so she sealed him and his honor guard within this prison. Bound by infernal chains, Orpheus could never leave. Bound by duty, his guard never would. They were close to breaking my hold on that prince. And if they had succeeded, we would be lost. I am relieved. You have embraced your potential enough that you could help me eliminate them. Alone, Orpheus will be much easier to control. A very good question. While all I needed to do was subdue Orpheus and find allies, that would be the moment. You carry a tadpole. As far as Orpheus is concerned, you are already a Illithid. You are already more used. As an Illithid, I have far surpassed who I ever was before. You too, I believe, will have a better chance. If you let me, I can evolve you. The answer to so. Do you wish to? But look, you heard we must.
No one stopped me yet.
All right.
But that'll fit in my pack. What's inside? Have to keep going.
Okay.
Something good here, I hope.
Did you hear that, man?
I did not.
Bucket was yelling at me.
Damn. Now they.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, have I mentioned that I've started brushing his teeth?
I don't think so.
Well, I have. Not with human toothpaste, just to be clear.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I think he's getting used to it.
Oh shit. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go back to the main menu. And unfortunately, we are gonna have to do that again. I'll skip through everything, I promise. Yeah, the fact that I'm going to have to turn the adjustable party limit off every time I long rest. That is a
drawback.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna fucking risk it. Oh no, my game crashed.
No!
Okay, verify integrity of files on next launch.
Balls.
Huh.
I picked up one of the imps.
Yes, Snap Monster.
Scimitars.
It's definitely a balls moment.
Yes. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, I just processed that. Damn. No. Balls. Should I throw the scimitar at another imp that I just looted from an imp?
I don't know.
Hmm. I just threw a corpse at an imp.
Nice. Damn, okay, so it's gonna make me verify the integrity of game files regardless. Alright, well, I guess we'll just sit here while it does that.
Shit. Just a processing fluke?
Well, I mean, I did check the option for it to verify the files, but I thought it was going to be a thing with the Larian launcher and not via Steam. So, there we go. Oh God, I hope this doesn't take an hour. I think I'd cry. Okay, number do be going down. Damn, that's what I get for installing a mod. Am I right?
Yeah. I guess kind of one of those moments.
I guess.
I don't know, that's just kind of how I feel whenever anything goes wrong.
Oh. Do I have an answer here? Sorry, Baldur's Gate, love you, baby. But I'm gonna see if this is the way to be able to launch you. Synapse Common. Baldur's
If it
Gate
makes you feel any
3
better, Bucket is
launcher.
playing with a Q-tip right now.
Larry launcher. Yeah, okay. Okay. Watch it fucking crash again. Uh... Okay, I don't know what that means. Sorry, folks. We will hopefully be up and going again soon.
In the meantime, you should absolutely give Murky Thoughts money.
Damn, okay, that's still not gonna work. Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to sit through it validating the files. Shit. That's my own fault. Can I play games while I'm waiting for shit to verify? Let me look. It recommends not doing anything intensive while you're waiting. Let's see if this helps or if it fucks everything up. Wait, can I not? Huh. I thought that... I thought that I could assign priority. Well, damn. I mean, we are gonna just have to sit here and wait, unfortunately. Because I don't want to mess with it too much.
That's A-okay. I mean, dead air and rough beats, but like, you know.
Yeah, I am.
You're very chill to hang out with anyway.
Likewise. I will switch to the BRB screen though, so that way people's expectations don't go awry. Okay, it might not take a literal hour, I suppose. We will see. I guess I could, in the meantime, look up who I should bring where into Act 3.
Oh, okay. Shadowheart just killed a man.
Nice.
Put a mace up to his head.
Nice.
Brought it down, and now he's dead.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna refill my drink. Alright, I'm back with a refill. Okay. Alright, we're at 18%. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
You're good. I'm just, like, seeing if I can, get Commander Zalk, like, killed, but, looking like not, so I'm gonna probably cut my mosses and, head for the transponder.
Gotcha.
I wanted Lazo to have the fiery sword.
No, I get you. I just didn't get a response when I got back, so...
Oh, no,
I
you're
was
good.
worried that I was not audible on Discord for some reason.
Yeah, no, I completely understand the anxiety. I did a stupid and left Shadowheart too close to the Cambrian.
Oops.
I'm sure everything will be fine.
If she dies on the Nautiloid, I am not sure that you're able to bring her back, but let me look that up really quick before I say for sure.
Well, I just smacked that transponder, so...
Nice.
Oh no, this drag is gonna fuck my shit up. Does the level of, like, bruises and wounds, like, change based on your HP level during the cutscenes?
Yeah.
Fuck, I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Alternate looks fucked up right now. I'm excited to play more as a monk. This is already a pretty fun class.
Nice.
The literal first thing I did was throw my quarterstaff at the Mind Flayer nursery.
Nice.
I'm pretty sure it got destroyed. I don't have a weapon anymore.
I mean, the Nautiloid gets destroyed regardless, so...
Yeah, I just also trashed my weapon.
Yeah. God, Steam's fucking, estimated times are so wonky. Because they keep jumping down and jumping up again, but all by, like, a few seconds. Like, for example, right now it's, 4106, 4046, 4045, 4050, 4042, 4109, 4102, 4030. Like...
It's such a fucking wild... Like, I've had the same, I guess, issue.
Yeah, and it's weird, because it's like, the amount of, like, disk, memory that it's using is very consistent. So I am not entirely sure why, it's hopping around like that.
Maybe a weird Steam server calculation?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that Steam's calculation is weird.
Oh. Yeah, my bad.
You're good.
I assure you, I'm very smart.
Just in case. Glad I thought of this before got too far into it. Okay, so it looks like my save files should be fine. I had a moment where I was like, oh shit, should I back up my, my save files? I think it's an issue with games that, store your saves natively, in, like, the Steam folder, whereas, Baldur's Gate saves your games, in a different folder, like on your computer. And yes, unfortunately, Sundry, I made the mistake. Baldur's Gate crashed, and I wasn't paying attention, and I made the mistake of checking the box where it verifies the integrity of my game files before next launch. So unfortunately, we do have to sit for roughly another half hour and wait.
Okay, chillin'.
Yeah. Oh, well, it happens, yeah. Yeah, I downloaded the expanded party mod, and, like, I did, like, initially enjoy it, but then I got to my first long rest that I needed to take, and it was like, hey, you have to disable this every long rest, and I'm like, that sounds like a huge pain in the ass. So I loaded to a save file to before I downloaded the mod. Or at least I thought it was before downloading the mod, and it crashed. So I'm just gonna, next time I boot in, I'm just gonna completely delete that mod, try to load the file, or try to load the save that I was going to before. If that still doesn't work, I'll load the most recent hard save. I just hope I don't have to fucking fight the Githyanki again. Mods do be like that, lol. Well, I mean, yeah, it was just weird because it was like, I was trying to load a game that, like, I hadn't saved the game, when I downloaded the mod. In fact, the game itself was like, hey, we recommend you disable this mod because there's no record for it in this save file. And I was like, sure. I actually wanted to play without this mod. So I disabled that mod and tried to load it, and it crashed.
It's always why I'm so anxious about installing any kind of mods.
Okay, let me look at this one, because this is the actual mod. Okay. That wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but it's fine. We're fine. The worst is when a mod for one game flags the anti-cheat for another one. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, or like, for some reason, anti-cheat just, like, decides to stop working suddenly out of nowhere, which means you can't fucking play the game that you were trying to play. That's always great. But yeah, the whole reason that I downloaded the, adjustable party limit mod is because there's so much shit in Act 3 for basically everyone besides Halsin and Minthara if you've recruited her. And even then, I'm sure they have, like, little quips and, interactions that they can, react to. But I was like, I didn't really want everyone there for every single fight. I just wanted to have them there, so I didn't miss any triggers for their quests. But, alas, we have seen where that has gotten me.
Sorry, I'm just... I'm trying to figure out what Baldur's Gate thinks my left alt is. Because I tapped the left alt key and it's GUI.
That's weird. I heard Jaheira has a lot of dialogue and party banter. Yeah, I definitely want to bring her with me. But, like, the issue is, like, in the immediate area, well, not the immediate area, but once you get into Baldur's Gate proper, like, Jaheira has a bunch of stuff, Will has a bunch of stuff, Gale has a bunch of stuff, Shadowheart has a bunch of stuff, Karlach has a bunch of stuff, and Astarion has a bunch of stuff. And, unfortunately, I cannot bring them all with me in the base game.
Is it, like, designed for replayability that way?
I don't know so much for replayability as, like, frequent swapping of party members. Like, going back to camp and swapping people out. Like, I wouldn't say it's so much a replayability thing. Because, like, it all has to do with their, like, personal quests. Because, like, so many of their personal quests, like, you know, are triggered by interactions you have in Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, that is something that's kind of hard to manage.
If the party limit was up to, like, up to 6, then I think my problem would be solved. As in 6 in total, so I could bring, like, 2 more companions. Like, I could work with that. Watch the verifying of the game files, fail. Or, you know,
I'll cry.
It finishes and it's like, hey, you need to reinstall the game.
Oh, good gods, no.
I think so. If you do a playthrough with different party members, you'll get a much different experience. I mean, yeah, like, that is true. I was speaking more so, like, the reason I need to have them with me is for, like, personal quest triggers. And, like, I don't think that that is necessarily, like, an aspect of the, like, multiple playthrough thing. Because, like, I think that the various banter that you can get, like, as you know, like, swap out different party members and bring them with you, like, that is definitely, like, points for the replayability aspect. I was thinking purely in practical terms of, like, their personal quests. Because, like, of course I'm gonna fucking do their personal quests. More bodies for the cuddle.
Oh, yeah.
Also true. Also very true, Brandon. I know you've been lurking, but, a mod done borked my shit. So I have to verify the integrity of my game files, because I am a ding-dong, and I didn't uncheck that box. Yeah, I saw. That sucks. No worries. I mean, it does, like, suck, but, I mean, we're over halfway through now. We can stomach the rest of it. And I didn't start stream super late tonight, so it's not like this is cutting in, like, you know, at a time where it's like, well, I might as well just end the stream, or whatever.
I'm chilling for moral support.
a mod borked my Sims 4 saves recently. All of them! So I gotta reboot
No,
the
what?
universe? That fucking sucks, dude! Holy shit! I hate that. I hate that so much. That has happened to me before with, like, modding different Bethesda games. Like, Fallout New Vegas is especially, like, tricky with mods. R.I.P. Skyrim Adventures on my channel. No! I wouldn't mind playing Skyrim again sometime soon, though. Like, I would enjoy, like, doing a, like, Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, like, playthrough of each. At least I got to beat the game. Hell yeah! I mean, yeah. At least there's that. I'm still sorry that that fucking happened, though. If I ever do a Morrowind playthrough on the stream, though, like, just prepare for me to go full, like, info dump mode about how this is, like, such a fucking good example of storytelling and how it's, like, low-key a horror game, and people who, like, have not played it, like, have no idea that, like, it is, like, so horror-y. Like, if you thought Baldur's Gate leaned into the horror aspects of its story, like, Morrowind, like, I would actually say Morrowind ran so Baldur's Gate 3 could sprint and hopefully catch up to it, you know? And it was zany as fun as hell. It was madness. It was jacked with so many mods and could pick characters from all my favorite series. Damn. Yeah, God. Like, Morrowind's wild. And I was a predator. Damn. I need to watch the newest Predator
Like from
movie.
the movies, had to clarify.
Yeah, I figured with the capital P Predator you were talking about the them dudes from they intersect with the Alien franchise.
Yeah, not the convicts.
Yeah, Yautja. Yeah. We're at 60%. The yee? I'm sorry. Yautja? Okay, cool. Yeah, I actually...
Yeah, I love the yeets.
The yees. I played the anniversary edition of Skyrim, like, not too long after it came out. Because one of my friends, like... I honestly, like, it was such a sweet gesture, because my whole thing was, like, like, you know, like, these mods seem cool and all, but, like, kind of fucking sucks that I'm paying money for mods. Like, I hope this money actually goes to the people who created the mods that are officially included and downloaded with this, like, expansion pack. And, one of my friends saw that it was on my wish list, and he was like, "Oh, I'll get that for you." And I was like, "Oh, thank you." But then I played it, and I was like, "Fuck, this actually does kind of whip." And my best friend was the Incredible Hulk. He was so busted, but his face was broken, so I had to give him a helmet, or else he looked really racist. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. I have to pee again, but when I get back, while we're waiting for things to verify, I'm gonna read to you some of my favorite examples of Morrowind being a straight-up horror game.
Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna take a bit of a smoke and then grab myself some sake, maybe, and then I will be right back to listen.
Alright, I'm back. Now I'm starting a Dragon Age Origins again, and hopefully I can see what all the hype is about. If I actually finishing a playthrough. Hell yeah. I mean, I will warn you that it definitely shows its age. But, like, I have a lot of nostalgia for that game. And, like, I don't think it's necessarily bad or anything. But, like, definitely, I will just say it shows its age. Also, we're 10 minutes away. Let's go. Let's hope it's only 10 minutes and it's not like you have to download the whole game again. Because I will jump off a bridge.
Okay, I return.
Nice. Yeah, that much I'm already well aware of, but I am also a borderline retro gaming channel, as it is, so I'm not one to complain too hard about games showing their age. Yeah, and I've always appreciated that about you, that you've, like, you know, you could see why there was so much hype around it. And, stomach some of the jankier shit.
Yeah, I'm the first to complain about games showing their age. I realize I'm drinking the Busch Light of sake right now, but I still enjoy it quite muchly.
Hey, no judgment.
You just gotta enjoy a Gekkeikan every so often.
Yeah. Also, my arguments that Morrowind is low-key a horror game. Pretty much anything and everything having to do with the 6th house, especially the 6th house bases. And the way that, like, especially if you don't know what you're getting into, that you can stumble across a couple of them and enter them. Especially in the areas where, like, sandstorms are a thing, so you're trying to, like, get out of those. It's like you see this big structure in the distance, and you're like, oh, this is far enough from civilization that it's probably abandoned. No. Nope. It's not abandoned. Like, I already know the game has the skills to invest me, because I got, like, at least 60% through the story on PS3, but I just never finished it. Yeah, I feel that.
That is super spooky, though, and it does, like, tickle my horror writing brain.
Yeah, I remember the first time I, like, stumbled into a 6th house base without really knowing what it was. It was such a mortifying ordeal, because also the, like, the dreamers and the, like, sleepers and the ascended sleepers and all that, like, the different, enemies related to that kind of thing are so creepy. Like, the progression of the, like, ash enemies. Like, yeah, ash creatures. Yeah, so they start out
in the game with the ash raids.
Ash raids? I'm not sure. Because Morrowind has ash slaves, which are, like, they look relatively normal. That's like the very start of the infection. And then it progresses to an ash ghoul, where it's basically like all of their face from the nose up has just been scooped out, and there's just like one long proboscis like tentacle sticking out of it. And then they go full Eldritch Horror when they turn into an Ascended Sleeper.
Oh, I've seen that shit. Like the Morrowind version of Mind Flayers or something.
Kinda, yeah. And Ash Zombies are like that in between of Ash Slave and Ash Ghoul, where they just have the gaping hole in their face with like nothing in it. I think I remember fighting Ash monsters of some kind of the Skyrim DLC. Yeah, I can't, that does seem accurate. I can't remember how they looked in Skyrim, but something about their presentation in Oblivion was, just fucking terrifying.
They were creepy to even see a summary of.
Yeah.
Hi, Gale. How are you?
But yeah, within the main quest of Morrowind, actually not too far in, you'll start to have these, like, fucked up dreams, because it's the main villain of the game, Dagoth Ur, trying to contact you. And the very first one, which this one honestly isn't really even one of the most disturbing dreams that you can have, in this game, but still, it's an unsettling picture. You had a disturbing dream. You can only recall one point. A tall figure with a golden mask led you among the dead as through a wedding celebration. You heard many voices, but no lips moved. You strained to breathe, but your chest didn't move. The tall figure spoke with each figure as he passed among them, laughing and joking as if they were alive, but they made no reply. You tried to cry out, but without breath, your tongue fluttered in vain. That's where the dream ends. And that's like one of the main quest ones.
That reminds me of that one fucking song, If We Live by Disparition.
I don't know that
It's just I mean, whenever I like say the name of like any song, I'm gonna be real, I don't expect anybody to know what I'm talking about, because I realize I have like stupidly niche, you know.
I don't think you need stupidly as a modifier. If it's very niche, that's okay.
Yeah, it's just very niche. Disparition is a band that, like, during the early part of their discography, well, it's not like a band, it's like one guy doing music, but early in their discography, it was extremely, like, experimental, atmospheric music. It was, like, actually the background music for Welcome to Night Vale.
Mm-hmm.
And then during one of the episodes, he debuted a like lyrical song, If We Live, and like I don't know if it's everybody's vibe, but it's my fucking vibe, and I goddamn love it. I'm also getting a little bit drunk, so pardon me if I
oh, you're good, no worries.
Filter falls off.
Also, Brandon, I looked up the creatures you were talking about. The ash spawn from the Dragonborn DLC. Yeah, those do, like, I do like the designs of those monsters, but, like, they, like, the generalized appearance is, like, inhuman enough to make me be like, okay, like, them having, like, fucked up faces and bodies is, like, not messing me up too much. Like, they literally look like kind of like ash avatars, you know? Like creatures given human form made out of ash. Like, it's a good design, but it just doesn't like freak me out as much as the Morrowind designs. But
I posted.
You go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say I posted the song that what you're saying reminds me of, or what you're talking about reminds me of, in the concert hall.
Nice. Yeah, one of the best examples of like upsetting shit in Morrowind, I believe, is the dreams related to becoming a vampire and then the constant nightmares you have after becoming a vampire. Because like when you first turn into a vampire, this is the dream you have. I dreamt of a blonde maiden. I drew near, and I saw she was crying, but her tears were red as blood. I touched her tears and tasted them, and they were wonderfully salty, sharp, with spice and savor. But the maiden's face had changed. Her skin gray-white, and red tears dripped from her lips. And her hair had turned black and had wreathed her face like twining snakes. I was afraid, but I could not run. I screamed, and then I woke, heart pounding, cramped and aching. Oh, yay, okay. Bethesda. Larian launcher finally launched.
Nice.
Oh shit, I need the login info for Larian. Okay. I will share a couple more choice ones after I log in. Yay! It connected with my Steam account again. Hooray! Let's fucking pray to God that it actually works. Palms sweaty, mom's
We
spaghetti.
log in.
Alright. Actually, there's not that many dreams. I'll just read through them. I'll pull the game up as I'm reading through these. Let me pull them up on my phone. ESP.net. Also, God bless you, ESP. Literally my favorite fucking Elder Scrolls wiki. Yeah, okay, sick.
Oh, don't forget to switch over from the Be Right Back screen.
Yeah, I haven't booted up the game yet.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. I
was just
I have
pulling this up
flashbacks
on my
from when
phone.
I have flashbacks from like this time that I streamed for like 3 straight fucking hours. And then I went to check my like my the OBS, and I had just been on the starting soon screen for 3 fucking hours.
Nah, I feel you. Alright.
I mean, at least I was sure that nobody was watching.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright. One of the dreams that very much freaked me out as a kid when I was playing a vampire character. In your dream, you see a beautiful young Dunmer woman holding an infant to her breast. It is only as you draw near that you realize that the woman is a desiccated corpse, and the child is purple and bloated, dying of plague. As mother and child crumble to dust, you awaken. In your dream, an old Ashlander wise woman treats you for burns on your hands. As she applies a salve to your skin, you feel the tingle of magic as the pain begins to subside. But as you watch, flesh of your hands begins to bubble, crack, and split, falling into chunks on the floor in her yurt. As the wise woman smiles, you wake up. In a dream from your in a dream from your childhood, you remember playing hiding games with your young friends on a warm summer afternoon. You hide in your parents' barn, sure you will not be found. Soon, the sweet smell of hay is replaced by a darker, sickly smell. You move deeper into the barn, only to stumble on the rotting corpses of your parents, their throats ripped out. You try to scream as your parents rise and pull you into an embrace. Like, the fucking vampire dreams did not fuck around. Okay, let's see. If my game crashes again...
Oh fuck, I'm about to encounter Astarion.
Oh damn.
Beautiful.
Ooh, another good one.
You little bitch.
You dream of a sumptuous banquet spread out before you. You feast on a particularly choice cut of roasted meat, and its aroma makes your mouth water. It is only as you cut into the last portion that you see the scrib larvae squirming inside. You cough blood as the larvae begin eating their way out of your stomach.
Ugh.
Like, that shit don't fuck around. Alright.
Gods, yeah. I misread one of the dialogue options. Because, you know, like, I haven't played this game in long enough that I've forgotten what all the dialogue options are. But I misread one of them. And I thought that one of the options was straight up just kill yourself. You look capable enough. It is not that. It is kill it yourself.
Yeah. Yay! Okay, it seems to be fine now. So, unfortunately, I do have to do the fight with the Githyanki again, but if that means my game aren't borked, I can live with that. Feral Cat Astarion, yeah.
Astarion tried to stab me in the neck, and I got a 22 on him.
Best be on my way.
Little elf bitch.
Okay, good. My deity is still Selûne. Alright. That's the only thing I care about. Alright, let's fucking deal with this asshole again. Sorry we have to do this again, you guys.
They will to fully liberate them from their parasites and their
We're under attack. Help me.
Once it gets to Claire, I'm just gonna shoot the arrow of transposition or whatever. Will y'all stop bullying my fucking mage?
Fight your way to
For
the
real?
portal. I need your
God
help.
damn. Seriously, target us too far.
What path lies before me?
Okay. I don't care if it provokes an attack of opportunity. Go fuck yourself. You serious? Okay.
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, fuck you. Made it.
Alright, I have a big ol' vampire on my team. I have a feeling I'm not really gonna need Astarion very much when I'm playing a monk build.
Yeah, I can understand that line of thought.
I'm ready.
Yeah, like the DPS position kind of just seems filled, and if I'm using Gale as a utility mage, I might as well just... Actually, no, I could probably just use like Shadowheart as like a healer, and then, you know,
Can't even catch my breath.
have her also use that, you know, trickery path illusion shit, you know?
Yeah.
She all sneaky and shit.
My faith will protect me.
I'm going to
We're so close. Come on, Karlach. Yes!
It's not over. Come to the skull.
I will come to the skull in a minute. I am going to take all of these intellect devour our brains, though. I can make potions out of that shit. I mean, they're dead. They're not using their brain anymore. Girl, shut up.
Exactly.
The more you talk, the less inclined I am to help you. Especially because I know you're the fucking nasty-ass emperor. Like, if you were actually a pretty orc lady asking me for help, I would help you. But that's not you.
I just fucking hate that they make us customize them.
That's why I hit randomize and then hit OK.
I just hit randomize until I come up with a face that I can hate reliably.
Destroy the god. Now. Help them do it. Now. Together.
I hate this.
I'm gonna punch the shit out of this intellect devourer.
Nice.
think of it, I don't think that I've ever played Baldur's Gate drunk.
I guess that's where the turn-based system comes in.
I mean, it's already fun.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Of course, I have Gale at Transmutation specialty so that I can craft a whole fucking bunch of what's it? Goddamn. Fucking. My brain is completely turned off. So sorry.
Nah, I get you. No worries.
What was I talking about?
Talking about the turn-based system for Baldur's Gate.
Oh. Yeah, I don't remember. I'm just fucking shit up. Doing some D&D smackaroonies.
Got your
having
ass.
to waste
Suck my nuts.
Destroy the honor guard.
Yes! I'm having so much fun just punching this shit out of everything.
Real.
I do still wish that D&D used a mana system instead of, like, spell slots.
Yeah, that's real.
Although, I guess that, like, spell slots are kind of akin to mana. And, like, you know, it works better for a tabletop system.
For Orpheus! Attacker!
Of course, Shadowheart, I'm here. We're gonna survive. Everything will be fine. Ooh, nice. Speedy potion. Whee! Hey, you looted one of those intellect devour brain thingies earlier, right?
Yeah.
I just grabbed one.
Nice. I hate intellect devourers so much, yeah. That's fair.
But yeah. I just annihilated all of them. There's like a little intellect devourer swarm that I just went like skibbity pop. Oh fuck, Asterian's looking a little. Okay, he's fine. Drink potions.
They creep me the fuck out, understandably so.
They're nasty little shits. Little horrible little creatures. Oh, a mind flare.
Oh, got his ass with a moonbeam. Let's fucking go.
I fucking love Moonbeam.
Take you.
Actually, they are brains, not shits. Look. You could be shit-brained.
Here we go again.
Bop! Got her ass. There we go.
Yes.
I am a mindful.
Of all the things to be indebted to, a bloody mind flayer.
It was necessary.
You know what? You got me there, Merc.
Openly consider part. I was an adventurer. I came from.
Shut up, Emperor. I don't give a shit. I am hitting the spacebar so hard. You can probably hear me clicking it. I'm trying to get through this.
That longing brought me to Moonrise Towers on a search
I don't care. Maybe if I hit it faster, it'll work. I'm using both hands to tap the spacebar. That's how little of a shit I give.
the one you know as the. I sustained myself on criminals, unglamorous, but there are plenty of. I had the good fortune to. People refer to my needs was sated. He tore me from my heart. The name was intended as a slight to remind his what blacketh, but I am alone. Orpheus will be much easier to control.
Yo, these mind players have so many speedy potions.
Yeah.
There will be civil war. Blacketh.
I'm looting their corpses.
All I needed to do was subdue Orpheus. You carry a tadpole. As far as Orpheus is concerned,
I'm no Illithid, and I never will be. Trying to avoid becoming a mind player. No. No way. Eat shit. Alright, finally. Oh, no. Okay, I don't want to activate the portal yet. I mean, I went to the trouble of,
Why
like,
does the Emperor
fighting
have
these
to
people.
be such a fucking bitch?
Truly. I like how he tries to pretend he's so different from the other mind flayers, and yet he's got the exact same motivations as the mind flayers to propagate mind flayers as a race and encourage people to become them, even though it horrifies them and upsets them.
I hate him so much.
He's so pretentious, yeah. And the fact that he, like, you know, just straight up lies to us for so long. I don't appreciate that either.
He's such a goddamn freak.
He really is. At least I'm getting a decent amount of brains out of this. Alright, I know I've gone to pee several times throughout this stream. Cut me some slack. I have a small bladder. I will be right back.
Yo, it's okay. So many people just, like, don't understand that, like, you know, especially when it comes to, like, small dogs or whatever, you can't just, like, not take them out to pee as often as you take out a large dog because they got smaller bladders and they got pee more just naturally. It's just how it be. Smaller mammals got smaller organs that hold less stuff. Also, alcohol make pee-pee, and I don't remember if you were drinking a beer or not. I'm a very serious person. Probably gonna send Astarion home in favor of Lae'zel. Please just say it. Alright, thank you, Astarion. Have a nice day. Freak.
Alright, I'm back again once more. Honestly, BG3 is full of
wow.
less ideal allies, which I believe is a running theme of the game. I mean, that's true, but at least with everyone else besides the Emperor, you get some redeeming qualities in there that don't rely entirely on said characters enslaving another extremely important character in order to manipulate their powers in order to help you. Which I think is what sets the Emperor
something good here, I hope.
You know, in a whole different category than some of the other people you have to deal with in this game. Okay, I can't jump over here, right? Okay.
Lae'zel, stop fucking ordering me around so much.
Agree to disagree. I mean, I am curious as to know who else you think fits the bill of being, like, just as bad as the Emperor. Like, genuinely. I am curious to know that. Githyanki enslaved people all the time. Yeah, but I think in the case of Lae'zel, because, like, I'm talking about individual party members and not, like, just generally, like, the different groups they're in. Like, Lae'zel's bossy, for sure, as, you know, we just heard from Haunt and my own previous experiences. But, like, I don't think she, like, operates on that exact same level. Or even really a similar level as to the Emperor.
If I'm not playing as Shadowheart, can I still, like, get Shadowheart to, like, romance another character?
No, unfortunately. I like how the villains have detailed backstories. Oh, fully agree. I wish they kept the Upper City in so we would see more of Orin and Gortash. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that.
I
like,
want
they're
Lae'zel
definitely...
and Shadowheart.
Truly. But yeah, like, I do find Orin and Gortash to be very interesting villains. And I do find the Emperor to be a very interesting villain, but in my mind he is strictly a villain. Which is why I don't like helping him as much. She does at first, presumably being a product of Githyanki culture and proud of it, but that's also the idea of her arc. So I'm not referring to her per se. Yeah. Yeah, like, that's my whole thing, is that she learns, like, hey, maybe this is a backwards way of thinking, and, like, we don't need to approach things from that way. Whereas the Emperor has been alive much longer than any of us, besides maybe Halsin and Jaheira. And he still has not learned that lesson, and obviously does not learn that lesson, even if you make nice with him, because Moira tried to make nice with him in her playthrough, and did not help at all.
I think that, like, the Emperor is explicitly, like, if you side with him and make nice with him, that's the evil ending.
I'm just saying I don't think someone like Orpheus is anyway a good guy, let alone better than the Emperor. That's fair. I just, like, I don't know. Because, like, Orpheus has not really had a chance to, like, be a person outside of this specific niche, at least in the case of this game, specifically, not in the lore at large. Like, Orpheus has not been given a chance to exist outside of the astral plane for a very fucking long time. Like, I don't know that he would share the same sentiments as the Githyanki at large. Because, like, I mean, Mother Gith, like, gave birth to all of the Gith, and, or, you know, whatever her role is in the creation of, like, the Githyanki, but also the Githzerai and stuff like that. They make Orpheus seem more of a Githzerai very chill instead of Gith's conquering kid. Yeah, that was also the vibe that I got. That, like, we don't, like, you know, he does not get released until the ass end of the game. And then in most iterations of the game, he is either going to die the minute that he is, like, confronted, or he becomes a mind flayer and is immediately, like, slain afterwards. Because, like, to me, like, I don't know. The fact that he was willing to become a mind flayer in order to, like, achieve his mission of, like, destroying the Absolute, like, that speaks to me. I mean, he literally scolds you for not letting his honor guard kill you when you free him, so I don't feel that same vibe. I mean, that's fair, but also, like, once you talk to him more, he's like, oh, maybe it's a good thing my honor guard didn't kill you, you know? Like, I don't think that he would have, like, teamed up with you if he did not think that you had, like, some redeeming quality about you. And, like, at the same time, I understand his apprehension, because you literally have, like, a mind flayer tadpole floating around in your brain. That tells me he's only interested in liberating his people by any means necessary. All others can fucking die for all he cares. See, to me, it doesn't expand to that much, because the reason he acts towards you with such hostility is because you have been infected by an illithid parasite. Which is, like, the group of creatures that, like, enslaved his people for eons, basically. So, like, I don't think it's not caring about anybody else besides his own people. I feel like it's more so, like, he does not want to team up with somebody who he thinks is, like, going to turn into an illithid. But as soon as you, like, convince him of your intentions of, like, no, I don't want anything to do with this mind flayer shit. I want to fucking kill the Elder Brain, be done with it, and I don't want to deal, like, with anything else. Like, he's like, okay, yeah, that, like, I could fuck with that. So, like, the, like, initial hostility, I don't think has anything to do with you, like, not being Githyanki. Because even if you play a Githyanki character, he reacts in the same way. It's not so much a, like, I don't care about you because you're not my people. It's like, I don't care about you because you're about to turn into one of the things that, like, enslaved and ate my people for thousands of years. You know?
Yeah, I mirror the sentiment there, Murky. Like, the Gith being, like, extreme towards mind flayers and those, like, you know, about to become such, like, I think that is entirely reasonable. Like, it just makes sense.
I don't know, I still see no evidence that he's better or more good than the rest of the Githyanki in any significant way. I mean, I think about it this way, the only reason that the Githyanki didn't kill us on sight is because we had the Astral Prism, and we're bringing it to Vlaakith, and also the Zaith'isk was going to presumably kill us. So it was like, you know, we were marching ourselves towards our own death by their estimations. And when we did not do so, that's when they turned on us. Whereas Orpheus is, like, very suspicious of us at first. But, like, when, like, because, I mean, this all happens very rapidly, which to me, like, says that he is, like, open-minded enough to address the larger problems at hand rather than just being so focused on, like, but you're fucked up and I hate you. Because, like, you know, when you talk to him and he's like, you should have just let my honor guard kill you. And it's like, okay, dude, I get why you said that, but, like, trust me, I want nothing to do with this whole Illithid bullshit. And, like, you could talk to him a bit and he, like, very much, like, comes to believe you for that. And, they also assumed you were Lae'zel's slaves at first, which is one of the only reasons they yeah, I mean, the Githyanki in general, yeah, that's one of the reasons why they spared you. But Orpheus doesn't have that, like, pretense of, like, just assuming that you're slaves. And, like, he is, like, fixated on, like, the fact that you are infected with a tadpole. But, like, he is one of the, I would say, more easily convinced NPCs to be like, dude, I understand why you're hesitant. Let me assure you, I want nothing fucking to do with these guys. So can you help me out? And he's like, alright, I'll help you out, you know? Because also the fact that Orpheus is, like, when you're confronted with the fact, like, after you kill the Emperor and free Orpheus, and you realize, like, oh, unfortunately, we can't do shit unless somebody, like, is willing to turn into an Illithid. The fact that he is willing to turn into one and does not force you to do it, which I think would be a very, like, traditional, like, you know, Githyanki, kind of response to it, that to me, like, reads different. Like, it echoes, like, a lot of what Lae'zel learns as she becomes more open-minded and less, you know, focused on Vlaakith's teachings alone. Doesn't he, though? Like, what I saw no reason to believe he had any better or different ideology. The rest of the Githyanki other than Vlaakith was the Lion Con. I mean, I feel like it differs within practice because, like, you know, if the Githyanki thought that you weren't actually, like, Lae'zel's slaves, or they thought that they, like, weren't going to go to the Zaith'isk or whatever, like, they would have killed them on sight, whereas, like, Orpheus, at the very least, is, like, willing to hear you out. And, like, when you talk to him, like, you can tell him, like, you can explain your situation to him, and he believes you. Which, to me, is very different than all of the other, like, Githyanki that we meet in the Crash, for example. Except for Voss. You know, like, Voss is one of the, few Githyanki who, like, puts a little faith in you. But to me, Orpheus is much more focused, like, and this could just be like a game thing, but I feel like Orpheus is a lot more focused on truly liberating the Gith as a whole from Vlaakith's influence, because she's, like, a false goddess, versus, like, you know, it's ironic because it's, like, he doesn't care about other races, but not in the same way that, the, like, more bigoted, like, ends of the Githyanki don't care about the other race. Like, he's concerned about, like, getting rid of Vlaakith, and, like, helping his people get free, and, like, is not, like, you know, is not all about, like, conquering and making people subservient and stuff like that in the process, you know? Like, the fact that he's willing to work with you, I think, is, like, in and of itself evidence that he is different from other Githyanki. Like, Voss is another example of that, like, mindset of, like, being different than the others that you meet, like, at the crash and shit. And, like, you know, even if it doesn't seem obvious at first, like, I feel like liberating the Gith as a whole is, like, a shared struggle. Because, like, it's, you know, a battle against the Mind Flayers. And Vlaakith. And the fact that Vlaakith is more concerned with obtaining godhood than she is protecting her people from the Mind Flayers. Like, she keeps, like, just enough of that, like, with it, you know. Of course, like, the Githyanki despise Mind Flayers, but, like, you know, if Vlaakith was as powerful or as, like, protective of the Gith as she claims to be, she would be doing something, but she's not. She's accumulating power. Like, that's much more than what she's concerned with. And so, like, her, like, uncaring attitude, basically, towards, the Mind Flayers and the Absolute, makes it even more of a shared struggle to be like, no, it makes sense that we just, like, wanna, like, get rid of Vlaakith. I don't know that he's above beyond slavery, though. I think at best he views you as allies of circumstances, not as peers or equals. I mean, I would question where you get that from. Like, I don't mean this, like, in a shitty or combative way. Like, I think, like, he definitely has his hackles raised, but, like, I sincerely don't, like, recall a point in which he is, like, you know, he makes any, like, threats or insinuations that you would make a better slave than you would, like, operating as a free agent. So, like, I don't get the vibe that he, like, he has this desire to enslave others, especially after he himself has been enslaved for so long. Yeah, Vlaakith is a cunt and needs to be opposed. There's no argument there. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I just, like, I'm trying to speak of, like, you know, his motivations on, like, why, like, you know, he's more focused on liberation, per se, versus, like, I don't know, like, making buddy-buddy with you. But at the same time, like, I don't know, I'm just, like, not... You know, I don't get the vibe that, Orpheus is interested in these same, ways of life, that Vlaakith has set as a traditional way of life with the Gith, you know? Because, like, I'm not saying that Vlaakith is entirely to blame for, like, all of these, like, cultural beliefs within the Githyanki specifically, but, like, I will say that, like, it, like, just does not seem that, Orpheus holds any of those to heart. I get that from he's still a Githyanki, he's proud of his Githyanki heritage, and people, and the Githyanki heritage and culture paints them as superior beings to other races. His whole time on screen does nothing to have him actively and clearly disavow that. Besides, fine, I won't enslave you guys. I mean, I would say that, like, again, his willingness to become a Mind Flayer himself and not, like, force one of you to become a Mind Flayer or try to fight you and kill you, like, is a sign that, he might not be the same. Because, like, I think, like, and I don't know how this extends to general, like, lore within Dungeons & Dragons and the Forgotten Realms, But, I don't, like... I mean, I could be wrong here, but, Orpheus is a child of Gith. Not necessarily a Githyanki. He was a direct descendant of Mother Gith, which also includes the Gith Sarai and stuff. So, like, I don't know that he will, like, I just, like, you know, again, like, his wariness and his abrasiveness, like, towards us because we're infected, I understand that. And then also, like, his approach to, like, solutions and stuff once you confront him about that and, like, are like, okay, what are we actually gonna do about this? Like, to me, speaks to a more cooperative and, like, open-minded characterization than, like, just, like, being another, like, Githyanki cultist, you know? I don't see it that way. To me, him becoming a Mind Flayer was a sacrifice he made for his people only because nobody else would do so. He was too weak at the moment to make it happen. I mean, he was literally, like... I would disagree with that because he's literally the only thing that's keeping us from undergoing Ceramorphosis. And if he would have just straight up given up and been like, fuck you, like, that could have changed everyone in the party, you know? Like, I see it
think
more...
that Orpheus might be a chill guy.
Yeah, I don't read ill intent into this iteration of Orpheus. Like I said at the start, we can agree to disagree. Absolutely, yeah. And if, like, you don't want me to, like, continue, like, talking about, like, why I disagree, that's also fine. I'm just, like, voicing, like, my opinions on the characterization and, like, how I might disagree with thoughts about him. But, like, if it's feeling, like, argumentative or like I'm trying to tell you you're wrong or anything, like, I could stop. He could have ordered Lae'zel to do it, I suppose, yeah. I mean, I'm good if everyone else is good. I just want to make sure we're not getting into a legitimate argument over the morality of fantasy folk. I mean, yeah, no. I mean, I'm sorry if I gave that impression. I'm vibing with the discussion at hand. I apologize if I made it seem, like, more tense than it actually was. I was just chit-chatting about my thoughts.
We should do what we can to find them. What they know could help us.
I'm gonna have to pay more attention to Orpheus's character as I, like, go through this, because I honestly don't think I've ever even gone far enough in this game to, like, meet him.
I'll take that. Should mind my step.
Because, I mean, my whole thing in his defense...
Excuse me.
Oh, hi,
I
Yenna.
can't find my mum.
No, it's a me thing. I have trauma from such incidents escalating the past. Nah, like, I would let you know if I was, like, feeling like the discussion was no longer being a discussion and more so, like, people trying to, like, you know, be like, well, actually constantly. But, yeah, I just, like, I think another thing with Orpheus is, like, he has been captured for so long and his powers, like, used so long that, like, I understand why he might be, like, a little backwards and a little, hesitant when he's woken up by a group of people who have tadpoles in their heads. Regardless of whether or not one of them is a Githyanki. And to me, like, he just, like, the fact that he is willing to, like, hear you out and, like, help you out differentiates him as a character and, like, makes him more like a Githzerai, from what I know the Githzerai, versus a Githyanki, because, like, as we saw with the other Githyanki, like, aside from Voss and, like, his dissidents and, like, Lae'zel, like, they would literally rather die than, like, suffer you to live. Is my thing.
She was sick. She had spots on her face and hands.
Differing perspectives
she went to
about
go get
where...
some
Yeah, I
herbs,
mean,
and she was
true.
supposed to come back the same day. That was last Tender, though.
Yeah, I'm curious if you're pulling from the game Orpheus or, like, the lore Orpheus. Because, you know, I will fully admit to, like, not completing the end game too many times. But to me, Orpheus always seemed like a bro. Like, much more of a bro than the fucking Emperor was. Considering that the Emperor was like, no, this is how you have to do it. Like, I won't allow you to have any other approach. And it's like, okay, but does that mean any other approach won't work? And it's like, that doesn't matter. I'm not going to let you approach it in any other way. This is how you have to do it. And which ultimately, like, ends with the conflict against the Emperor and killing him versus, Orpheus, who is, like, you know, like, he, if I'm not mistaken, he, like, says something along the lines of, like, I'd honestly rather die than become a Mind Flayer, but if this is how we can, like, destroy this threat, so be it, you know? As far as I know, Orpheus is a character made specifically for Baldur's Gate 3, gotcha. I will say Orpheus is not, like, a Githzerai even remotely, but the game also does nothing to characterize the Githzerai. Yeah, I mean, I feel like maybe he's supposed to evoke the vague idea of a Githzerai, same thing with Voss, as in, like, there are, like, Gith who disagree with the establishment of the Githyanki, and, like, want to, like, promote a different way of living with other Gith.
Wow. Thanks. My mum would like this. She's the best cook in the world. And she taught me, too. I'll look for her. I think she'll probably come soon. Thanks a lot.
Oh, Gale leveled up. I mean, the Emperor basically says either I ate Orpheus's brain or we're fucked. So him eating Orpheus's brain is an option. I mean, yes, it's not a pleasant option, but I'd say it's better than liberating a guy from his prison, only to condemn him to literally the worst fate as people could imagine. I mean, that's also fair, but, like, at least in, like, I know this might, you know, sound corny or whatever, but at least in that situation, Orpheus has a choice, because, like, you could free Orpheus, and he could, like, if he is a game-exclusive character, then he has no, like, lore obligations to stick to anything in the, like, greater, like, universe, like, within the lore. So, like, you could free Orpheus and he could be like, thanks for freeing me, but I'm not fucking doing anything you want me to do. No, I'm not gonna turn into a fucking mind flayer. Are you insane? You know? Like, he could have done that, but, like, the fact that, you know, like, he is willing to undergo, like, the entire, like, ordeal of becoming a mind flayer with the promise of, like, him being killed before, like, he entirely loses himself, like, to me, like, speaks to Orpheus's character and, like, his genuine, like, want of, like, improving the world. Okay, this is cheating, but in theory you could resurrect Guy after his brain is eaten. So, I mean, yeah, but that also isn't a function within Baldur's Gate, which I don't think, you know, like, to this, like, specific conversation. Like, you definitely can't resurrect Orpheus after he gets his... Yeah, like I said, yeah, no, I get you. I'm just saying that, like, if we're talking, like, within the specific constraints of Baldur's Gate 3 as a game, and, like, as the lore that is included within that game, like, you know, the fact that it is even an option for him, and you don't have to pass a bunch of, like, difficulty rolls. Like, I think it is a persuasion check, but, like, it's not, like, something insane, like, resisting the, you know, the pull from the Elder Brain. Like, the fact that you could be like, hey, would you mind doing it? And he is, like, you know, the fact that he can even be convinced to do it, like, to me is, you know, again, just, like, speaks to his character and his willingness to help others. And, like, also, I feel like it, you know, it gives him a choice. Because, like, if you fail that persuasion roll and he's like, no, I don't want to do it, like, you can either go with his choice and, you know, have somebody else do it, or say, fuck you to his choice, you know, whatever it may be. Nice.
But you'll be in a big, cozy bed soon enough.
And you'll have anything you want for supper.
And also, I mean, to me, that is, like, a testament to how Ceramorphosis operates in this game differently than it does in the game. Because, like, or how it does in, like, the tabletop game, I should specify. Because, from my understanding, like, within traditional Dungeons and Dragons, Ceramorphosis, the minute it sets in, you are no longer you. Your soul is consumed and, like, not, you know, just, like, not a factor anymore whatsoever. Whereas, it seems like within the game, like, for a certain amount of time, you still retain yourself, which is essentially your soul. And, you know, you can operate, like, without, like, losing that part of you, but unless you die very soon after you undergo Ceramorphosis, like, your soul will eventually be consumed. Like, the Emperor, for example, like, I don't think there's any essence of Baldurin left in the Emperor. Like, the Emperor is merely, like, an illithid parody of Baldurin, to me. Whereas, like, you know, this might be a little silly, but there is a color coding system in Baldur's Gate with mind flayers. And it's like once you get to that like pinkish purplish hue that traditional mind flayers are, like that means that you have fully lost yourself and you're fully a part of the hive mind. Whereas, like, you know, for example, like, I haven't personally done this, but like if you have Karlach turn into an Illithid, for example, like she starts out with her Illithid form having like a dark, well, not a dark, but like a reddish tint to like her skin, because that's a sign that it's like still her, it's still Karlach. And like Orpheus has a similar thing where he like stays kind of a sickly green color, whereas like more advanced cases of Ceramorphosis where they truly lose themselves, like, you know, they are assimilated into that more like common like pinkish purplish color. I don't know, the way I say it at best, he abhors the mind flayers so much he wouldn't tolerate anyone else becoming one. At worst, he's too weak to fight you down, to force you to undergird the process when everyone else refuses. I mean, I should make it clear that, like, you know, like, somebody has to become an Illithid, and if you can't convince Orpheus to do it, and you keep trying to, like, force him to do it, he will, like, he will square up with you, like... Like, if you fail your role and he's like, no, I'm not gonna do it, he won't do it. Like, he would legitimately, like, without a proper, like, conviction, like, rather die than... I must have forgotten that, but yeah, because basically what happens is, like, if Orpheus doesn't become a mind flayer and you kill the Emperor, one of your party members has to become a mind flayer, and if I'm not mistaken, then you just have to, like, go ahead and go through with the, Orpheus brain eating part. So, I mean, he's, like, gonna, like, he's gonna fucking die either way, basically.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Because, like, honestly, the moment you tell him, like, yes, like, dude, I understand, like, this goes against, like, what you believe, but, like, I will, as soon as this is over, I will ensure that you are killed while your soul still remains intact, so you don't have to worry about, like, dissolving into nothingness in the face of, like, a collective hive mind. And, like, you know, if that persuasion thing works, then, you know.
They attacked a child. You should have killed the little monsters.
They were provoked.
Oh, unrelated, but I think I'm gonna hop off just because, you know, I'm kind of zonked.
No worries.
But I hope that you have a fantastic rest of your stream. I've had a lot of fun just chilling and listening to the discussion.
Yeah, you too.
Good night.
Night. Which is why I say if you want to preserve everyone's souls, the best option is to just let the Emperor eat his brain and give leadership of the Githyanki to Lae'zel. Yeah, I mean, that's... I can see the logic there, but, like, because of the way Ceramorphosis seems to work specifically within Baldur's Gate 3, like, because you kill, like, Orpheus so soon after he becomes a Mind Flayer, like, within 12 hours of him becoming a Mind Flayer, roughly, then, like, his soul is still intact, because, like, that just, like, the, like, process of Ceramorphosis seems to work differently within Baldur's Gate than it does, like, within, the universe and story at large. So, like, he is risking his soul, but because we hold up our end of the bargain, like, his soul remains, like, intact, if that makes sense.
Of course. He never travels without his friends. Let's go.
But the creepy monster thing.
Arrest you all for gross negligence.
Dad, what's that monster?
That's just a man in a costume. It's not real.
But costumes don't drool, Dad.
How many red caps are this?
Let the kid come. He wants to teach the refugees.
How many red caps are in a handful?
You want to see Dribbles the clown, don't you?
Yeah.
Then let's go inside. Don't be scared.
Yeah, but this way Orpheus doesn't have to undergo the process at all. It's one less enemy to fight at the end. Well, I will say the thing is, you don't fight Orpheus at the end. Like, he asks you to execute him, like, after his role is complete. And, like, you know, he does have to be killed, but it's, like, within a cutscene. It's not, like, a fight, because, again, like, if he had completely undergone Ceramorphosis, no, I mean against the Netherbrain.
That's just a man in a costume. He's not real.
I mean, that's fair, but also I feel like giving Orpheus the option of fighting against the Netherbrain is an important thing, too. Because, like, when you talk to him about that, he's like, oh yeah, fuck that. Like, I want to get rid of the Netherbrain.
Why were these particular red caps caged?
We had an unfortunate incident involving a child.
Because, like, like, this is just my opinion. Like, even if they, like, might choose the wrong thing, or choose a thing that might be risky, like, I feel like, especially people who have been so vital in, the events leading up to the end game, like, they should have a choice as to, like, how they want to participate in the end, personally.
In a costume. It's not real.
How many red caps in
Costumes don't drool, Dad.
More than a handful, less than a gold.
How many red caps are in a handful?
Enough to clean Crimson's cage.
You want to see
but
Dribbles
not
the
enough to
clown, don't
organize the
you?
fight.
Yeah.
Madame Lucretia.
Because there's that whole concept of, like, dying with honor that I know that the Gith hold very dear, at least seemingly. And, like, you know, I get what they're saying, because it's like, okay, you're going to die either way. Like, you are going to die. Because, like, having Orpheus, like, lead the forces of the Gith against, Vlaakith. You know, like, that is an option, but, like, you know, it's one of those things that's like, is this the best option because he's been so detached from society for so long? But anyway, like, you give him you do give him the options. Like, okay, like, one of us can turn into an Illithid, which, like, none of us, like, really want to. But I spared you from having the choice stripped from you. To, like, you know, because it's like, you know, you would have been the one true son of Gith, captured, you know, by, the Emperor or the Absolute, whichever, you know, but manipulated by the Emperor, used as a tool, and then have your brain eaten towards the end as that last little boost of power that's needed for the Emperor, who is an asshole and a piece of shit, to, like, be able to help ascertain victory, for the party. Or you have the option of, like, maybe I can convince you that, like, maybe, like, would you be willing to do this? Or, if you're not, then somebody else will simply have to do it. Because, like, even if you throw a temper tantrum after the, like, the persuasion attempt fails, like, one of your party members is going to have to become ill. Like, you know, regardless, like, maybe somebody could, like, talk you, like, into, like, understanding, like, this is not the worst thing in the world. It could be a lot worse. But at least you have a choice in this. And, like, yes, like, the choice to become a Mind Flayer might seem unthinkable, but, like, you know, there's the contingencies afterwards. Like, as soon as we're done, we will kill you before your soul can be, like, destroyed and made just a part of this, like, mindless collective. I just think from at least meta, this is my first playthrough and I have no advanced knowledge of what will happen. The Emperor is the devil I know, and Orpheus is the devil I don't. All we know about Orpheus is up to that point is legend and hearsay. I mean, that's fair, but I also, like, I don't feel like Emperor is the devil that we do know, because, like, you know, the Emperor might reveal details about himself, like, as we, like, go through the game, and, like, as we discover, like, you know, the Dream Visitor is, in fact, the Emperor and stuff, and he might tell us his little backstory, but, like, he doesn't tell you his true motivations until, like, towards the end of the game. Like, even in the cutscene that we just went through, with Claire and the others in the astral plane, like, his whole thing up until that point while he is posing as the Dream Visitor is, like, don't worry, I'm going to protect you from becoming an Illithid. I will prevent you from becoming an Illithid, because I know, like, this is a fate that, like, you don't want, you know? Like, this is just, like, it's something you don't want to do. Whereas, like, when you talk to the Emperor about it, once he reveals himself, and you're like, no, fuck you, I still don't want to be an Illithid. I'm nothing like you. He's like, but I think you'd make a good Illithid. So, here's this. I'm going to, like, intensively hint that you should take it. And I'm going to become increasingly mad at you for not taking it. And then by the end of the game, if you still express no interest in becoming an Illithid, I'm gonna fucking try to kill you. Like, cause just the interactions with the Emperor are so deeply manipulative, I, like, can't, you know. And he does prevent you from doing that, and his opinions of peer pressuring aside, he actively forces you. We know the Emperor has been helping us this whole time, even if he has ulterior motives. I mean, that's true, but also, like, you know, if we're talking about intentions and not just actions, because, like, I think that's been the whole thing with Orpheus's discussion, too, is, like, not just actions, because objectively, like, Orpheus is extremely helpful if you, like, recruit him to your cause. He turns into an Illithid, so nobody in your party has to. He does all the Illithid shit that you need him to do, and then he doesn't become a problem after the game because he willingly submits to be executed. So, like, pragmatically, like, through, like, just his actions, like, objectively helpful, and, like, objectively good. But, like, we've been talking about intent and, like, possible, like, you know, offshoots of, like, what, like, their motivations are, and it's like, you know, it does very much matter that, like, the Emperor has ulterior motives. Like, he might, like, still be protecting you, but that protection becomes more and more, like, conditional as the game goes on, and that's part of why, like, you know, when you're confronted with the Orpheus choice, it's like, you know, you're either, like, with me or against me. When in reality, like, if the Emperor wanted to, I don't think it would have been that difficult for him to figure out an alternative, like, way to, like, deal with the situation. Even one where he didn't necessarily had to, like, die for the outcome. But, like, you know, he does prevent seromorphosis as long as it's convenient for him, and as long as he sees you as an asset. And, like, I think that, like, I don't know, if we're questioning Orpheus's motives, I don't think it's really fair to be like, well, you know, in terms of the Emperor, he does do these solid things, which I'm not denying, but, like, you know, even if he has ulterior motives, those ulterior motives do still matter. Like, you get what I'm saying, right?
A circus! Can we go?
We travel from plane to plane, thrilling all blessed to see us. From tempestuous Ginny to belligerent redcaps, you'll find them all here. Oh, this is Benjamin. Say hi, Benji. Benji here checks all our patrons to make sure none of you are vicious murderers.
Like, I'm sorry, I just, like, it's very obvious. Does the Imp try to kill you if you don't take Parasite? Like, if you continue it, like, I don't know that he, like, tries to kill you until, like, the very ass end of the game. I thought he will control the stones and leaves. Like, if, like, if you don't take the parasites, like, for him, he gets, like, very upset and just, like, constantly complaining about how you're, like, squandering opportunities and stuff. But, like, he can't take control of, as far as I know, if I'm remembering the last act, which, again, I have to remind everyone in chat, it's been a long time since I have played the very last chunk of the very last act of this game. But, like, the only way that he can take control of the stones is if he eats Orpheus's brain. So, like, you know, opposing him before that, like, is going to lead to a conflict. I do, yes, but freeing Orpheus is a huge risk for your character. It's just it's not a guarantee to work even in game, and if it doesn't, then you have to fight both him and the Netherbrain. But I'm starting to see your point about the Emperor being possibly being a worse character than Orpheus, I suppose. I mean, that's fair. I just, like, you know, I feel like, you know, what little we know about Orpheus, because also we don't get to, like, talk to him for a very long time. Like, in the short amount of time we do get to talk to him, he goes from being highly suspicious of us to giving us a chance to, like, being convinced by the party that, like, hey, like, I know this is a horrifying ordeal to go through, but, like, would you be willing to do it? And he said, you know, depending on the persuasion check, he will say yes or no. And the fact that you even have a chance to, like, talk about that with... Because for the Emperor, like, the Emperor makes it very clear, like, you know what, like, I understand you don't want to become an Illithid, but don't worry, once you're an Illithid, you'll understand, like, why I wanted this for you. Like, this whole thing. But the MP does hold up his bargain if you pick the MP. I mean, yeah, he does absolutely still help you, but, like, I just do not trust the Emperor to not, you know, like, he might, like, hold up his end of the bargain, but that also does not mean that, like, he is not going to continue to try, like, and influence you to become an Illithid and possibly, like, attack you for not accepting this gift, you know? And I know even less about this game and what happens with choices. Yeah. No, I get that. I mean, Orpheus only becomes a huge risk, like, if you, like, you know, if you fail the persuasion check. And, like, I realize, like, you know, that, like, that's still something to deal with. But also, I feel like persuasion checks in this game aren't necessarily, like, well, I'm, like, making you do my bidding so much as, like, please see things from the perspective that I'm coming from, and, like, being able to communicate that clearly, you know? But yeah, like, the Emperor does definitely hold up his bargain, but, like, you know, maybe I'm being too pragmatic here, but I would rather have an ally who reluctantly became an Illithid in order to ensure that the world would be saved. Kill the guy who had been trying to emotionally and mentally manipulate me throughout this entire story, i.e. the Emperor, via the Dream Visitor and also his general manipulations against your mind, because he's a mind flayer. I would rather, like, dunk him in the garbage, deal with the guy who is temporarily a mind flayer, deal with the final boss, and, like, kill him, than just, like, letting somebody as manipulative and shitty as the Emperor, like, be the key to success, let's say. Yeah, and same on my end, too. Yeah, I don't know exactly what that's in reference to, but...
Not a problem, dear patron. Benji just has to check if you're a vicious murderer. Benji?
Ah! Brain juice smells like piss and iron. No like.
Oh, well, that's a first. Usually I'd allow you in, but in these times, I can take no chances. Move along. No circus for you. Oh, damned if I'm not a sucker for big eyes and a heartfelt plea. Very well. Welcome to the circus of the last days. Have fun, and be sure to catch the star of our show, Dribbles the Clown.
Strong security there, right? But yeah, to me, it's just like, you know, like, call me bigoted or whatever. Like, I feel like once, the vast majority of mind flayers get to the point where they're full-blown mind flayers connected to the hive mind, they just, like, they do have this collective idea of what, you know, what they should be doing. And I don't trust the Emperor. Like, the Emperor might talk about, like, how he's so different and he's such an individual and he broke away from the greater hive mind, but the fact that he still wants to, like, you know, all but force you into becoming a mind flayer, to me proves that, like, no, he's not, he hasn't distanced himself from that, like, aspect of himself. Like, I would much rather deal with somebody who, like, is, like, willing to undergo that change for just long enough to get the mission done, still keep themselves in the process, and then just be fucking ganked afterwards. In reference to trying to be understood and communicating my perspective, like you said, you are understanding if I'm understanding you correctly, yeah. Honestly, part of the reason I'm reluctant to do a Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough, particularly on stream, is because I'm worried how my friends would react to my choices. I mean, that's fair. Like, I might, like, disagree with your choices, but, like, you know, there are very few choices that I think are just, like, scumbag choices. Like, there's only a handful of those that I, like, you know, and when I say, like, scumbag choices, I mean, like, you know, killing, potential companions on sight because, like, they were labeled as bad, like Karlach, for example. Like, shit like that. I was surprised the Emperor didn't flip on his bargain at the end, TBH. I mean, I was too, but I also, part of the reason why I just, like, cannot suffer the Emperor to live is because he's made his intentions for you so fucking clear that, like, even, like, if you don't see this in the epilogue, to me, it's so obvious that he is going to continue to basically haunt you to try and force you into becoming a Mind Flayer, even if you don't want to.
Win prizes! Found only in the most exotic of planes!
Like, my whole thing is, like, I want all of the Illithid and the Mind Flayer influence out of my fucking life. Like, I don't want any of it. And the best way to achieve that is to get rid of the Emperor, who's obviously, like, still going to be, like, an influencing force after the main story. Like, I just, like, I don't trust him to not continue to insert himself into, like, you know, your life after, like, defeating the Nether, the Netherbrain and everything like that. And, like, versus Orpheus, who is like, okay, I will temporarily do this, but you have to promise to kill me immediately afterwards. And it's like, alright, yeah, I could totally do that, dude. And so, he temporarily takes on this mantle, so that way you can successfully do it, and then you kill him afterwards. And, like, of course, the Emperor is already dead at that point. You are finally free from any influence of the Absolute, the Hive Mind, the Tadpoles, the Illithid. Like, that's why I'd headcanon kill him after all was said and done. Are you talking about, the Emperor or Orpheus? 'Cause, like, headcanon is fine, but, like, I don't know. I would much more rather, like, canon kill him. The Emperor, yes. Yeah, I would much more, like, rather just go ahead and canon kill him, than, like, leave it up in the air for something to, you know, crop up after the epilogue or something. You know, and I realize, like, that's, like, a game thing. Like, it's not necessarily, like, a thing that is actually going to happen. But, like, that's my thought process of it. Is, like, Claire wants... Like, none of my characters want anything to do with the Illithid, or becoming a Mind Flayer, or anything like that. The Emperor is the one who is trying to force you to become one. And he is not going to, like, forcibly make you into one, but he's going to constantly, like, bombard you and, like, bother you about becoming one. Like, you know, that's not part of the deal. Like, he says he's not going to force you to become one, but, like, constantly trying to wear you down and influence you into doing that thing, like, that's still entirely on the table, as he's been doing throughout the entirety of the fucking game, you know? So I would just much rather be rid of him and, like, have somebody who, like, you know, takes the mantle, like I said, temporarily, and, then, you know, after they've taken the mantle and succeeded in the mission, they're like, alright, I'm done. Let me tap out. And you help them tap out. You know? Like, to me, that is so much more of a, like, positive ending than, letting the Emperor be free, because it's very obvious that the Emperor is not Baldurin anymore. Like, he, like, clearly has, like, ulterior motives that, just, yeah, like, they just, all of the Emperor's motives rub me the wrong way, because he's not, like, until he's backed into a corner where he knows he's fucked if you're fucked, like, he's never truthful about anything. Like, it is literally not until he's backed in the corner by the honor guard that he is truthful to you about his true nature. Because up until then, like, he is, like, the dream visitor or whatever. And, like, he takes that form specifically to manipulate you. And, like, I just, like, do not see, like, any positives whatsoever to leaving that character to be alive and continue to fuck with you, you know? Because of course he's going to continue to fuck with you. He's not going to move on to other people because he has seen, like, the influence that he can have on you, and, like, the fact that, like, you know, the illithid parasite in your brain might be dead right now, but that doesn't mean that you can't become reinfected. Like, there's nothing in the game that's, like, states that, like, oh, now, from now on, you're immune to seromorphosis. Like, if you get another tadpole, you will never turn into a mind flayer. Don't worry about it. Like, to me, it just seems like the Emperor is, like, biding his time to be able to swoop in and force it on you, because he knows what's best for you. And even if you don't know what's best for you, that's okay. He will restrain you and keep you from making any decisions from yourself, and he will do what's best for you. Like, that's the vibe the Emperor gives, and that's why I consider him so much worse of an option than Orpheus, who is, again, straight up like, I don't trust you. Okay, you've convinced me. You're different from the other infected people. Okay, one of us has to become an illithid. Alright, you've talked me into it. I'll become an illithid. But you have to promise to execute me immediately after this is all over, right? Okay? And then he submits to being executed, you know? Like, I just wholly and truly think the Emperor's objectively worse to align yourself with. Because, like, you don't earn any points by, like, points in his favor by cooperating with him. Like, he doesn't respect you. He doesn't think you're, like, you know, like, somebody who shouldn't be fucked with, or, like, you know, somebody whose autonomy should be respected. By cooperating with him. In fact, it's like the opposite. The more you cooperate with him, the more he becomes assured that, like, no, you, like, you know, you're a tool to be used. And, eventually, like, you'll realize your potential as a tool. Whether he has to force you to be one or not. You know? Ooh, Ooh. Yeah, I think elk might be best. Yeah, of course, the Emperor is a manipulative, arrogant bastard who definitely needs to die. No argument there. That's my whole thing, is like, if you don't kill the Emperor in that moment within the game, he goes on living. Like, you don't have the opportunity to do it again. So, ostensibly, he is going to continue to try and, like, manipulate you and fuck up your life. Whereas, like, if you go the Orpheus, like, Mind Flayer route, like, you definitively kill the Emperor, you definitively, like, destroy the influence of the Absolute, and you definitively prevent the, like, true birth of another Mind Flayer, because you kill Orpheus before his soul can be, like, completely destroyed and, like, just his being assimilated with the hive mind of the Mind Flayers. Like, that's why I think that, like, you know, even just speaking in terms of pragmatism from, like, a character point of view, it makes much, like, if you don't want to undergo seromorphosis and you don't want anything to do with illithids after the main game, like, it just, to me, makes, like, you know, and I realize me saying, like, my opinion is that it objectively, that is a contradiction, but, like, you know, it's just like, I like can't wrap my head around like the idea that like, oh, choosing the Emperor's side in this will objectively lead to your character never coming into danger of like undergoing seramorphosis or like forced to, you know, become an illithid. Whereas like if you destroy the Emperor, who is the one influence other than the Absolute trying to force you to become a Mind Flayer, you destroy him and then you destroy the Absolute, you have destroyed the two influences that are trying to force you to become a Mind Flayer. Because obviously Orpheus isn't going to do that. He is only interested in, like, completing the mission, and then you need to execute him. Like, that's his requirements. So, like, he won't have time to, like, you know, manipulate any of your thoughts or feelings on the subject, or try to, like, force any changes on you. Yeah, but it's only because the game stops there. After the game, you successfully killed a goddamn nether brain. Lae'zel's become a queen, and the rest of your friends are massive badasses. If we lead a charge against him, my money is on us. But see, like, I mean, that's fair, but I also think that an argument can be made, since we're talking about, like, stuff that's outside of the game, that, like, we, you know, this is, like, speculation and not necessarily, like, stuff that's implied by the game. But, like, you know, I totally understand why, like, your money might be on us, but also, like, the Emperor has been with you side by side, step by step, throughout your entire journey. He's watched your battles, he knows your inner thoughts, he, like, you know, he is so deeply acquainted with you that, like, it might be even deeper than, like, a lover that you might take on throughout the course of the game. He knows you so deeply that it's not just the case of, like, a tough, like, Mind Flayer fight or something like that. It is the case of someone who not only knows your mind, but, like, can still have an influence on your mind, like, because of that connection that you still share. Like, if it was, like, you know, the Emperor never had any, like, real influence on us, and the Emperor never really knew anything true about us, like, yeah, I could see, like, the, like, you know, the party being able to take him down, no issue. But because the Emperor is so intimately, like, known by us, whether we want him to or not, like, to me, it's just like, you know, yeah, maybe they could pull through, but, like, it would be so much more difficult than in so many other situations, like, taking care of the Emperor the minute that, like, you know, you get the option to do so. Like, it's just not worth it. Because, like, even if you side with the Emperor, like, at the end of the game, he doesn't stop. He's like, no, eventually you'll understand why I want this for you, and you'll go through with it. What's he gonna do about Lae'zel's army of Gith and Red Dragons, Selenites, Gale's awesome wizard connections, Assyrians, Vampire Horde, Jihira's Harpers, etc. You have so many resources to kill the shit out of him, but I also see your point too. I mean, yeah, we have tons of resources, such as the Gith, the Red Dragons, the Selenites, the Wizards, Assyrians, Vampires, Jihira's Harpers, and they just got finished dealing with a potential apocalyptic threat. And, like, as far as they're concerned, the threat is dealt with. And, also, like, they are not prepared for something to immediately happen after that. Which, like, right after the, like, end game, like during like whatever little epilogue we have or whatever, that would be the perfect time for the Emperor to like move in and like, you know, make his move while we're vulnerable, because our allies, like, they so spent themselves like during the final battle against the Netherbrain, like, they, like, might not be able to just pick up and go immediately after that. Like, is what I'm saying. And, like, Lae'zel's army of Gith and Red Dragons, like, that's something she accumulates so, like, slowly, like, as time passes. Because, again, like, she is, like, trying to convince everyone that, like, Orpheus was the true son of the Gith, and he wanted liberation for everyone, and, like, not, you know, like, Vlaakith is just another oppressive force, etc., etc. Like, you know, same thing with Selenites, any other, like, allies that you gather to, like, combat the final threat. Like, once the final threat is dealt with, they are going to be in no condition to, like, help you against someone who is so intimately, like, tied to your mind specifically, and, like, the minds of your party members so specifically, you know? Like, that's just how I see it. Like, you know, if, like, the Emperor backed off for, you know, a couple of years, and we were able to, like, amass all of those allies once again, like, yeah, of course they would, like, they would be able to stand against the Emperor and, like, ostensibly, like, I think it's very possible for them to win in that situation. But, like, you know, those, like, forces are not made immediately available to, like, to you in the post-game, is what I'm saying. Because, like, they have been expended for quite some time because you used them in the post-game. I see what you're saying and you're not wrong, but I still think we could take it. I mean, like, that's fair. Like, if he was, like, a part of the endgame boss, but, like, I'm saying that, like, if he were to strike in the end game, like, even, like, after the epilogue, which, like, I'm not sure, I should look that up, but, like, alright, BG3, when does the epilogue take place? Yeah, it's 6 months after the resolution of Confront the Elder Brain, which, like, is a decent little chunk of time. But also, like, you know, like, Lae'zel's army of Gith and Red Dragons gonna be very fucking occupied with dealing with the, Vlaakith loyalists and stuff like that. The Selenites, admittedly, the Selenites, like, would maybe be at your disposal to, like, help with the fight. Gale's awesome wizard connections, depending on, like, his ending. Like, if he becomes a professor, then, like, yeah, maybe he can convince people to, you know, come help him. But, like, you know, he, like, at that point, like, if he isn't God Gale and he also hasn't made things up with Mystra, he's, like, a betrayer of Mystra. And, like, you know, I can understand why people would be hesitant to team up with him. But, like, you know, I could see a few people maybe teaming up with Gale, Astarion's vampire horde. Honestly, after how many fucking vampires? 3,999 are released into the Underdark and have to be dealt with. Like, I just don't see them being organized enough to come help you with it. And, like, the Harpers, yeah, maybe. And, like, you know, the Harpers, again, formidable force. But, like, after they sent their best, 6 months prior to deal with an apocalyptic level threat, which meant that their best forces were ready to fucking die, like, in response to dealing with this threat, you know? I think there are very slim circumstances, like, in which we could still take him, like, in this heightened state. But, like, I also, like, my whole thing is, like, why let him get to that point? Like, why let him get to the point of where he could pose such a threat to us after the Netherbrain is defeated and after, like, the threats have been dealt with? Like, why, like, even give him that chance when he's made it so clear that he intends to manipulate you and borderline force you into, like, doing his bidding? Like, why let him get to that point? Is my whole thing. Also, I'm gonna go pee again, and then I guess our last thing of the stream will probably be, the love test. I guess we'll see how badly I fuck up on this. Alright, I am back. Which is why we kill him ASAP, if not immediately after the Nether Brave is dead, to give him any time to recover. Ultimately, it's all speculative though, so I guess it's a moot point. In your scenario, does guarantee a dead Emperor. I think mine does too, if things are allowed to be in any way I could realistically believe. I mean, yeah, I mean, like, I think it's realistic to, like, want to kill the Emperor after that. But, like, I'm just saying within the, like, parameters that the game gives us, like, we don't have the opportunity to kill the Emperor immediately after the game. And, like, I could see that being, like, you know, like, a shortcoming of the game. Which is why, like, ultimately I default to, like, killing the Emperor immediately, like, when given the chance to do so, and we won't immediately ceremorphosize, and, like, getting it out of the way, since we don't get that opportunity within the parameters of the game. Because, like, for better or for worse, like, you know, aligning yourself with the Emperor's, like, plans and point of view, like, makes you an ally of his, and, like, of course he's, like, not going to come up, like, as an enemy afterwards. Touche, I can see the point. And I'm, like, I'm not saying you're wrong, because, like, if that was an option where, like, you know, we could kill the Emperor immediately afterwards, like, I would definitely, like, entertain that as a possibility. But, like, you know, and, like, there's no evidence in the epilogue or, like, the post-game that the Emperor does pose any further threat to you. If you team up with him and, like, let him eat Orpheus's brain and he helps you beat the Nether brain, etc., etc. Like, there's, like, to my knowledge, like, there's no, like, proof that he is, like, you know, trying to ceremorphosize you after that either. I'm just, like, operating purely on vibes and also, like, the parameters in which the game allows me to act. And it's like, okay, well, I wanted to kill the Emperor the moment that I knew that he had been lying to me this whole time, but I wasn't able to. Because, like, if he is planning on lying to me that deeply for so long and, like, be completely unrepentant about it, because, like, he, you know, he might, like, offer you a couple of platitudes in the, like, initial thing of being like, well, why didn't you tell me? And he's like, sorry, I just didn't think you would understand. But, like, you know, when you talk to him more later on, he's like, I'm not sorry I deceived you. Like, that was the only way to get you to do what I wanted you to do. And, like, it's for your own good, too, but, like, you know, I had to get you to do what I wanted you to. And, like, again, like I said, in the post-game, there isn't, to my knowledge, any evidence that he is, like, actively trying to ceremorphosize you there. And, like, you know, reawaken your tadpole or whatever. But, like, just because of his, like, untrustworthy actions in the game, it's like, you know, to me, it's like, even if you find Orpheus untrustworthy, like, killing the Emperor, having Orpheus become a Mind Flayer, which guarantees that you will eliminate him as a threat, like, at the end of the game. Like, even speaking from a purely, like, pragmatic point of view, like, just seems like the choice to make to me. Because, again, like, you know, there are no in-game detriments or, like, you know, punishments for letting, you know, the Emperor do, like, carry out his plan and do his whole thing. But, like, just to me, like, and also, like, so what if it leaves loose ends? Like, we're, like, not gonna get DLC for this game. Like, we're not going to get, like, a huge expansion for the story, like, of this game. Like, if it doesn't happen in the epilogue, it doesn't happen, like, within the context of the game. But, like, for my own peace of mind, I guess I'll say, like, that's why, like, I take those specific actions with those two characters. And, like, I get what you're saying about, like, Orpheus not necessarily, like, proving himself to be much different than, like, the rest of the, like, bigoted-ass Githyanki. Like, I totally get that. But, like, to me, it's, like, best case scenario, he is honorable, he is good, he is coming from a point of, like, wanting to help others, even people who are not Gith. And when you give him that opportunity, he will accept it, and then when his role is finished, he will gladly accept death because he does not want to continue as a Mind Flayer. And then in the worst case scenario, he hates you, he thinks you're stupid, but he understands that you have a lot of power, and so he's like, fuck it, I guess this is my best bet. He decides to undergo Ceramorphosis, become an Illithid. You win the fight, he's like, well, I'm glad that's fucking over. And then you execute him, and he has, like, you know, still a very middling to negative opinion of him. Like, to me, it's like, whether it's the best case scenario with his specific character or the worst case scenario with his specific character, like, you know, having him perform that ultimate sacrifice, like, is just, to me, like, a safer route than letting the Emperor continue to live. Because again, like I said, like, you know, if you kill the Emperor and then have Orpheus become the Mind Flayer, like, he refuses to let you not kill him at the end of the game. So, like, that, like, all connections to that Illithid influence, like, other than the, like, other dead tadpoles, like, the active Mind Flayer and Netherbrain influence is destroyed. Like, the brain that was connected to the hive mind of the Illithid that were connected to you is destroyed. And the last remnants of those Illithid who could have actually had an influence on you are destroyed. So, I think, like, even in a purely pragmatic sense, like, it just makes sense to me. Also, sorry that this stream has been, like, 3/4, just me yapping. Like, I do like having these discussions, but, like, yeah, I just... I, like, want to make it clear that even if I'm coming off as, like, being particularly passionate or, like, firm about a point, like, does not mean that, like, I, like... It's not an, like, indictment of, like, the arguments being made. It's more so just, like, you know, I feel strongly about some of these ideas, and that will come off when I am talking about them, I guess. I don't know. I'm just gonna stop yapping and take a bong rip and get back to the silly gay D&D antics. No, I apologize for just derailing things for discussion I prolonged. No, you're not derailing things at all. My, like, whole concern is that, like, I don't know, like, I enjoy engaging in these, like, ideas and, like, you know, differences in interpretations of, like, different characters and, like, how certain things play out. Like, I enjoy that. I just worry that, like, you know, like, I guess my whole thing is, like, I do believe in the idea of agree to disagree, but, like, if we're talking about a topic and we disagree, I'm gonna tell you why I disagree. And, like, if you tell me why you disagree, like, I'll listen to that, but then I'm gonna tell you why I disagree with that, you know? Like, it's not that I'm, like, trying to pick a fight or tell you that you're wrong or convince you otherwise of anything. It's just, like, you know, if we, like, it's fine if we disagree on a point, but it, like, if that's going to be a continued point of discussion, I'm gonna continue to, like, talk about, like, why I disagree with certain things, if that makes sense. I have much the same mindset, honestly. Yeah. Because, like I said, I do like getting into this nitty-gritty. I just, like, I worry because, like, there have been too many situations I've been in where people have been like, alright, let's just agree to disagree. I'm just gonna leave off by saying such and such and such and such. And then I'm like, okay, that's fair, we can agree to disagree. And I'd be like, and, you know, just to, like, establish where I am at the end of this conversation, I disagree with such and such and such and such. And, then it's just like the first person's like, well, I disagree because this and this and that. And then immediately we're back in the discussion again. And, like, dumbass me thinks that this person wants to be having this discussion. Otherwise, why would they be engaging with it when they said that they were done with it and didn't want to engage with it anymore? And then come to find out, like, people will get very touchy about, like, having the last word or what have you on things. So if you offer something that, like, kind of contradicts with that, let's say, like, they won't, you know, like, this interpretation is wrong, this interpretation is wrong, this interpretation is wrong. And then you reply with, like, no worries, we can stop talking about it. I just, like, wanted to cap off by saying, like, you know, like, this is my thought about this is my thought about that, and here's my thought about this. And that somehow being seen as a challenge, and, you know, and then all of a sudden it's an argument, and I had no idea it was an argument. I thought we were just talking passionately about shit we care about. Like, care about enough to, like, invest, like, thought and, like, emotions into it, but obviously, like, there are very few Baldur's Gate opinions that will have me, like, even raise an eyebrow at a person in real life to be like, are you all there? Or, like, you know, like, so what was the thought process? And that's shit, like, you know, like, not all evil runs will make me side-eye you, but, if your very first run of Baldur's Gate 3 was an evil run, that's weird. I'm sorry, that's weird. And I'm not saying it's a deal breaker, I'm saying it's one of those things, it's like, please prove to me you're not the unpleasant kind of weird. And same thing with people who are like, lol, when I met Karlach, I just killed her and decapitated her, lol 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 lol. That and I've had people get legitimately upset with pointing out basic lore of a series because they had an idea that contradicts it. Yes, I never joined a vampire life. Honestly, I can totally understand that. My run would be a evil run. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely not. Like, I thought about doing an evil run, and I'm at the point where I realize that if I want to do an evil run, I'm going to have to come up with an entirely new character. Like, I might do, the, like, Larian designed Dark Urge with the, like, white-scaled Dragonborn, and have them be a dirge that, like, leans into it. But, like, I can't do it, like, none of my girls could do that. I also, like, I don't think any of the Origin, like, I can't see any of the Origin characters doing that without flinching, you know? But yeah, no, I like having these kinds of discussions, because it's like, if I feel passionately enough about something, even if I'm like, you know, even if I encounter something that's like, oh, like, this is a factual thing that, like, contradicts my, like, perceived like, ideas about this thing before, like, that's just something I can incorporate into, like, you know, like, oh, no, I have a better grasp of what I'm talking about, and, like, I still care about it, you know? Because, like, I would much rather somebody point out when I'm wrong so I can actually, like, look up what I had gotten wrong, and learn more about it. Versus just, like, continuing to be in the dark. Character I have in mind with just a little patience for certain characters and scenario. That's fair. Yeah, no, the Albanese would never. And Brona would not either. Like, hell, I know this sounds a little wild, but even in her, Frenzied Flame, ending in Elden Ring, like, did not mean any undue harm to anyone or anybody. Like, I could not see Brona doing, like, an entirely evil run unless she was, like, absolutely, like, fucking, like, brainwashed and snapped out of her, like, regular willpower. Because, by God, I avoided a whole bunch of the fucking Dark Urge, casualties by playing my cards right. With Brona, because, like, she was able to resist a lot of those dice rolls. Oh yeah, Brona's rugged and scarred, but she's just misunderstood, yeah. Alright, love test time. I said it before. A long time ago.
This city of stone and steel is an endless scream in nature's womb. I have felt no peace here. Until now, your eyes, Stira. There is pain, endless and deep, but also devotion, blazing like the sun. You're in love, are you not?
Yes.
You are wise to admit it. When it comes to love, vulnerability is armor, truth a sword, and trust a shield. I pray you wield all three, Stira. Bring the one you love to me. I will look into your hearts and see if your love is eternal.
Could you imagine Claire saying any of the other answer right? Well, what do you say, Shadowheart?
It can't hurt, I suppose. Unless you embarrass me. Then you might find yourself hurting in a whole manner of ways.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Close your eyes, little ones. Be still as stone to earth. And remember to breathe.
Don't mind her. She just wants to kiss you like she hates you again, yeah. Oh! Oh shit, I just punched the fuck out of the mic. I'm so sorry. It's the bridge test.
I see you. I see the bond between you. So tender. So fragile. But do you see it for yourselves? Shadowheart. An endless storm surges behind sharp eyes. Listen. Think. From where does Shadowheart draw comfort on a cold, dark night.
Oh, I'm gonna quick save. I believe in myself, but... This feels like the safe answer. But also, this feels like a good one.
Hear how your bond thrums with pleasure. Strong, vital, pulsing with affection. The heart craves comfort, but needs respect. How does one earn the dark-haired maiden's respect?
I mean, she doesn't have dark hair anymore from these nuts. Yeah,
Very
pink
good.
is sweet.
Just don't say it so loud.
That's fair. God damn. Why is Shadowheart so
The
funny?
sweetest loves dance lightly on the tongue. But now we must dig deeper. Into the most painful reaches of the spirit. Shame sits in the soul of all. To tame it, we must name it. Shadowheart, what is her deepest shame?
Oh, God, this is hard. Because, like, I feel like Shadowheart wants me to be honest. Which means, like, both 1 and 4 seem a little bit harsh. One less harsh. But, like, both of them are true. And, like, not, like... It does not read like trying to be shitty about it. I think I'm gonna go with 1.
I didn't think a little game would sting so much when I agreed to this. But you're right.
Oh, Shadowheart, I'm sorry. We passed the
A
test.
perfect score. I'm flattered. Have you been studying up on me every night at camp?
Maybe.
How close you are. 2 hearts beating a perfect rhythm. But I know the truth. Only one face haunts your dreams each night. Close your eyes, sweetness, and she will come to you.
As soon as this happened, it was like, it's fucking Orin. 1 would be my guess. Yeah.
So, you're the lick-spittle who crushed the Bone Lord's thrall.
Hi.
Oh, have you come begging, sniffing for our stones? Gortash won't like that. A throat his black hand can't choke the spit from. Oh, your bond will not save you. He will wrap its cord around your neck and make you swing from it. When you find the Lordling, tell him Orin is watching.
I like how, Orin is like, watch out, Gortash is going to snatch somebody you love. There's nothing you can do about it. And then Orin is actually the one to do it. Coward. Let's square up then, bitch. Here and now. Right? Hey. I lied. I've decided. We could do the spinning wheel. There is someone we have to meet. The perfect ending to this stream. Okay, actually 2 people. 2 people. Because I do love Popper. Popper is adorable. Hey, bud.
Oh, hungry little hobgoblin. Want a treato?
I'd pay good money for
I have
Treato.
lots of treatos, and magics, and junks I finds. Don't worry. I only takes junks from dead people. I is nice.
You know what? That's actually more responsible of you than a sad amount of people out there, Popper.
Yes! I has lots of stuffs. Just for you.
Aw, thanks, buddy. Ooh, lots of ingredients. Alright. Maybe I should do some alchemy at some point. I'll go ahead and buy the ingredients. That was shoes. I don't need shoes. And I'll buy the food. Why the fuck not? You know what? Bargain.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Bye-bye.
Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Look, I'm sorry, Shadowheart. I'm not gonna make you get rid of it. I'm just sending it to camp. The Idol of Shadow. Just because, you know, I want to conserve weight and also, you know, might do a little good to have some distance between you and those idols. Anyway, 5 to 10. Hang on. 5 to 17. Oh, but I can't use a shield. Maybe I could respec Shadowheart. Five to 12. I wish it would stop showing me what it would be for Claire. 5 to 17. Yeah, I think I am gonna go with this one though, because alright. You know what? We'll go to camp and deal with all of that after we meet one of my favorite characters in this whole fucking game. Oh, Lucretius.
Ah! Lucille! It's pose, grapevine, then pivot step. Jacob, you have the grace of my great-grandmother's missing leg. Ah! And Boris, put some sensuality into those lovely hip bones. I know you have it in you. Step it up.
Is this a circus act?
We are decades from that. I hope they could open for dribbles. Not that my star needs the support, but at this rate, who knows? Call me Lucretius, ringmaster,
Quick saving, sorry.
necromancer, bringer of the night. Oh, and wine lover extraordinaire. Normally, I'd invite you into my tent for a lovely vintage. But these graceless skellies need my full attention. Enjoy my circus, darling.
Love Lucretius. Where I just imagine his inventory being loaded with old comic books and Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Yo, he's got a fiber jar. I remember that thing. Holy crap.
You call that a pose? Again! Again!
Like, just incredibly good. Alright. Quick saving again. I should do a hard save. Alright. Clown time. Because that is what I'm heading towards next. But I'm also, before I, like, go past too many, advancements within the carnival. We go back to another quick save, make a different hard save. I mean, I think all of these names are gonna be, less than creative. But hey, at least I'm going to have hard saves for each of these points in time, because I'm actually going to go back to the pre-love test. Little hard save. Forgive me. I don't know what other terminology to use. Alright. Save game. New save. Love test time. Oh, I can't. Oh, I can put commas.
What's hiding
Clown
here?
time is the most recent one. I remember that. But hey, you know, I'm trying to be better about making hard saves before certain parts and interactions of the game. I will fight dribbles. You know, and I know that I said that just the love test would be the one that I'm willing to fight dribbles.
That's it! Make love to the air, skellies!
Never wanted the easy path.
Another. Good.
my time comes, I will show you. All of you. Look. See? The crowd. They laugh. They shine with innocence.
Kitty.
But it is a lie. Every one of you is vicious. Cruel. You kill my mate. Steal my cubs. I roar. Break my cage. And then you die. You all die! Soon.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll see if I can examine the cage. Oh, damn. Ooh, I can roll again. Hey, hey!
While the cage is sturdy, the lock is old. It could be jammed shut, so not even a key could open it.
You know what? I might regret this. I'm gonna say, sure thing, pussycat. Later. Yeah, it understandably hates me for that.
Maybe we should go.
Soon.
Oh. Can also still do this. Bold of you to assume that I'm not gonna let you out after everything's said and done. I just don't want you to be adding to the chaos. Alright, I can. Hi, Crimson.
Hunger. My stomach screams. Press your flesh through bars. And blood breaks.
You know, he's like that, and then you can just... Here, bud, I got you something.
I don't like the kitty. She looks scary.
I don't know what that is, Peanut, but it's not a kitty.
Meat. Meat.
Alright. It's Dribble's time.
No, we can't go.
I would love to be like, Shadowheart's the funniest person I fucking know. I mean, she is. She is very funny.
Buddy the dog is my very best friend. Do you know why? Why? Because with him, anything is possible. Way!
God, I hate clowns. I'm not even sure clowns like clowns.
Did you hear about the scarecrow who lost a fight?
Oh, fuck.
He got the
Simply
stuffing
watch.
kicked out of him. Way! Oh, you're all such good friends. I've had a wonderful time, but I have to go. Oh, well, if you insist. How about a magic trick? But first, I need a volunteer with nerves of steel and the heart of a lion. Who will it be? Who?
The hair on the back of your neck raises as a shiver passes through you.
You!
She's
my
just really
special
excited to be a
assistant.
volunteer. That's all
Come
it is,
on up.
right? He's a totally normal clown, right? You know what? Quick save, but Clarence scared.
A round of applause for the stalwart heart! Now, I always tell children that they're special, that each and every one of them is unique. Tell me, what makes you special?
Ooh, I failed that perception check. Sorry, I do want to try that again. I did appreciate that one tooltip
my
that was like
special
shoving
assistant.
foes into
Come on
chasms
up.
can kill them, and I was like, oh shit, that is an option in this game. And I definitely did that to several enemies in my first few playthroughs.
A round now. Tell me, what makes
I
you
failed.
special?
I'll try one more time.
You, my special assistant. Come on up. A round of now. Tell me, what makes you special?
Fuck it, we'll see. My strength, of course. I won't let anything stand in my way.
Boring! Boring! Anyone can do that. You.
Why?
You're special, my friend, because I have a message just for you. Praise the Absolute.
You sense something behind you. Instinct takes over.
So eager to blink. Here comes the punchline.
Oh, knocked that bitch on his ass. Jesus, okay.
Watch this. Cry about it. Find a route.
Ma'am, I promise I am not going to let that happen to you. Ladies and gentlemen, we fucking got him. Nice. Oh, we saved everyone but that one guy.
Good. Thought I killed a clown in front of a bunch of kids.
With haste.
We did still kind of kill that clown in front of a bunch of kids, but you're right. It's different. Oh yeah, I forgot. Become lethargic after the speed potion.
My kills. My...
You freed me from hunger's lust.
Yay!
Forgive me. I was close to killing you, killing everyone. I am ashamed.
Crimson is such a good boy.
The circus is my family. They rescued me when I was but a youngling. They did not starve me. The other did. He wore the face of Dribbles, or the scent of a stranger. He taunted me, waving bloodied rags under my nose. My mind was worn from the hunger. Thank you for calming me before I hurt my family.
Oh, bud.
May you and your family have full bellies and a warm
Okay,
place
so
to
this is
rest.
as good because he gets to still say with
Be
the
well.
the circus.
My kills. My prey. You took them.
Is there anything I could Right.
Coming to this plane was a mistake.
Okay, but what happens if we do this now?
Let me work my magic.
My skellies will take forever to clean this place up.
Never a dull moment.
Dribbles, why do you have to go missing now of all times?
Oh no, that's a shame.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Unleash me.
Ow. Let's go, Lucretius. Okay, that's a 65. Oh, 100?
My faith will guide me.
All right. What now?
Coming to this plane was a mistake.
I mean, I do feel bad about, like,
Can't slow down.
but don't feel like she would have been doing much better in
Oh, dear.
captivity.
Screaming children, an oozing corpse, and it's not even my birthday. I thought the Absolute wouldn't dare set foot in my circus. To use such a woeful Dribbles impersonator, why, it's downright rude.
This is the one instance where I am tempted to take the third option. Like, I don't know, I enjoyed myself. Killing clowns is a rare treat.
If that's your idea of fun, darling, you and I are going to get along swimmingly. Alas, I cannot afford to lose any more staff. Funerals are so very expensive. I need to move the circus, but I cannot leave just yet. Not without Dribbles. He was a star. Customers of every color and creed simply adored him. I need him back, and I'll shower the person who finds him in love, adoration, and adequate compensation. What do you say?
You know what? I
That's
will
the
look for
spirit,
Dribbles.
darling. And remember, I look after those who make me happy. Hmm? Good luck, and thanks ever so much.
God, Lucretius is such a fun character. Alright. Dribbly parts scavenger hunt. Hung, no. That's a good save title. Because I do think I am going to go ahead and end stream. But this was a lot of fun. Thank you for y'all's patience while my game recovered from a crash and did probably an unnecessary verifying the integrity of the game files. So, but yeah, I hope you guys have a great rest of your evening, and hopefully I will see you next time.